Chapter 22. The first match of a Knights Templar's preliminary Monster Hunters qualifier. Number 97 Long Houchin versus number 29 Young Knight. Following the referee's announcement, the match had officially begun. Number 29 Knight in silver armor heard the referee's announcement and stood on the spot without hesitation. He drew a golden light with his hand and summoned his mount. The knight who could participate in a Monster Hunters qualifier must be able to break through to the third rank before the age of 20. Therefore, they all had the experience of going to the holy mountain of the night. On the other side, Long Houchin did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stood there like a nail and did not summon his mount. He held the shield in his left hand in front of his chest and pointed the heavy sword in his right at an angle to the ground. Surrounding his body, a circle of golden mist rose up. The mist rose up in spirals and looked very strange. The Guardian Knight and Punishment Knight's common skill, Ready. Seeing this skill, even the big shots on the rostrum couldn't help but let out a series of soft gasps. This was because the skill Ready did not belong to the 4th rank. It could only be learned by the 5th rank Earth Knight or the Sky Knight. As the mist rose up around his body, the radiant shield and light sword in Long Houchin's hands lit up. The dense spiritual energy wave continued to rise. Under the cover of the golden mist, his whole body looked like it was made of gold. In the contestant's resting area, Yi Hua's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He did not teach this skill to Long Houchin. Precisely, even though he was an Earth Knight, he didn't know how to use this skill. Ready was not a normal skill that any knight could master. It was one of the secret skills of the Knights Templars. At this time, Long Houchin's opponent had already summoned his mount. It was a white horse with 4 snow-like hooves. This was the 4th rank Snow Spirit Horse. The biggest characteristic of the Snow Spirit Horse was its fast speed. It could run as if it was flying. Moreover, it had 2 innate skills of the ice attribute. Amongst magical beasts of the 4th rank, it was considered a high-level existence. Number 29 was dumbfounded when he saw the mist rising around Long Houchin. What kind of skill is this? He didn't recognize the ability Long Houchin was using at all. Among the knight's secret skills, the Ready skill was one of the more useless ones. Therefore, even if a knight accumulated a certain amount of merit points, very few people would choose to learn this skill. Naturally, number 29 was very cautious in the face of a skill he did not recognize. He leaped up and mounted his Snow Spirit Horse, but he did not charge at Long Houchin immediately. The Snow Spirit Horse dashed to the side. Long Houchin did not seem to notice him at all. He stood there motionlessly, not even turning around. However, the golden light on his body continued to grow stronger. In just a few breaths, number 29 had already circled to Long Houchin's side. Seeing that his opponent hadn't even moved, a strong sense of unease instantly rose in his heart. He finally chose to charge. The Snow Spirit Horse seemed to emit a faint layer of white mist. Its speed suddenly increased. Like a ray of white light, it charged at Long Houchin from the side. Number 29 raised the heavy sword in his hand. The aura of faith and the blessing of protection were applied to his body. At the same time, the heavy sword in his hand also lit up. The golden light flickered, and the spiritual energy on the edge of the sword flickered, showing that he was at the 4th rank. Seeing that he was less than 10 meters away from Long Houchin, the Snow Spirit Horse suddenly turned to the side. When it was still 5 meters away from Long Houchin, it changed direction. The heavy sword in his hand slashed through the air. A blade of light shot out from the sword. It was the light-severing sword. It went straight for Long Houchin's side. Because he didn't know what skill Long Houchin was going to use, Knight 29 first launched a probing attack out of caution. However, even if it was a probing attack, he still used his advantage as much as possible. Mist surged under the Snow Spirit Horse's feet as it floated towards Long Houchin. This was the Snow Spirit Horse's innate skill, Ice Mist. It had the effect of reducing the opponent's speed and attack power. If it met an opponent with a lower cultivation, it could even freeze the opponent. At this moment, Long Houchin, who had been standing still all this time, finally moved. He turned halfway and raised his shield. With a clang, The light severing sword fiercely slashed at the radiant shield in Long Houchen's hand. A layer of golden light instantly flashed on Long Houchen's body. Divine block. In the next second, Long Houchen's light severing sword, which had been completely dyed gold, slashed out. It was also a light severing sword. The same skill, when used by different people, had completely different effects. The light severing sword that Knight 29 slashed out was only a faint gold color, which was a normal color that a normal light severing sword could display. However, Long Houchen's sword slashed out was a bright gold color. The bright gold light blade was more than twice the size of his opponent's light severing sword. The ice mist in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and it slashed out along both sides of Long Houchen's body. The bright gold light blade's angle of calculation was perfect, and it was just in the path that the snow spirit horse had to pass through. Number 29 turned pale with fright. He ducked down to block the dazzling golden blade of light. For a knight, his mount was his second life. Seeing that Long Houchen's light severing sword was far from what he knew, how could he not feel the danger? Bang the shield, along with Knight 29's arm, ruthlessly smashed into the snow spirit horse's neck. The snow spirit horse let out a mournful cry, and its body, which was originally charging forward, suddenly fell to the side. Knight 29 had already used all his strength to block the attack. He was indeed worthy of being an elite that could participate in the Monster Hunter selection competition. At the crucial moment, he still had the time to use a holy light seeping shield. However, the power of Long Houchen's attack was too great, and it had completely exceeded the scope of the light severing sword. The holy light seeping shield was instantly destroyed, and a large crack appeared on Knight 29's shield. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Charge! Long Houchen fully displayed the essence of being as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He used all his strength to charge towards his opponent like a golden lightning bolt. The snow spirit horse was indeed a godly steed. In this situation, it was still barely able to stabilize its body, and it staggered a few steps forward. Although its body was already slanting, it did not directly fall. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Houchen arrived. Shield to block charge. Number 29 slashed out with his heavy sword in an attempt to block Long Houchen's attack. However, he was already injured from that attack. His left arm, which was holding the shield, was completely numb. This greatly affected his attack power. Clang! The heavy sword was lifted up by the radiant shield. Then, the radiant shield ruthlessly smashed into the side of the snow spirit horse. Bang! The snow spirit horse, along with Knight 29, fell to the ground. Because of the momentum, it even slid a few meters forward. Long Houchen used the recoil from the collision to stop his feet and change his direction. In a flash, he appeared in front of his opponent. He pointed his heavy sword at his opponent's chest armor. Knight 29 seemed to be in a daze. The snow spirit horse had fallen to the ground, and in addition to the previous collision, it had suffered some light injuries. More importantly, its owner no longer had any strength to resist. The reason why Knight 29 was in a daze was because he never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. Moreover, his opponent was a youth that was obviously much younger than him. What was even more unacceptable was that his opponent didn't even have to summon his mount before the match was over. First match, Knight 97 wins. Knight 29 is out. The referee had appeared in front of the two of them and made the decision in a low voice. Long Houchen sheathed his sword and stood up. He gave Knight 29 and the referee a knight salute before walking towards the resting area. From start to finish, the match didn't even take a minute. Many of the spectating knights didn't even see what had happened before the match was over. Long Houchen, who was handsome but looked very young, completely won. When Long Houchen walked back to the resting area, the knights' gazes towards him had changed. Among the 10 or so people sitting on the rostrum, an old man sitting in the center nodded. "This kid isn't bad. I just don't know what his mount is." Another old man beside him said, "He seems to have a ring of inheritance on his hand. Looks like this year's qualifier is going to be worth watching. Those rank 5 kids haven't even appeared yet, but we've already seen charging and divine block. Interesting." The old man in the center smiled and said, "Skills aren't the key. The key is to be calm." From the moment the match started, Knight 97 was already scheming against his opponent. That Knight 29 probably doesn't even know about charging. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not attacked at the first instance. For the ready skill, the longer it took to accumulate spiritual energy, the more powerful it would be. However, it can only be used once, and it has to be used within 3 seconds of the charging time. Otherwise, all the accumulated spiritual energy would be wasted. The old man beside him smiled and said, "That's right. This kid even borrowed the light's vengeance from divine block to increase the power of the light, severing sword by another level. That strike already has the attack power of an Earth Knight rank 4 or 5. He looks like he's not even 20 years old. I can already see the leader of our Knights Templars participating in the qualifier in 5 years. Go and ask which city that kid is from." "Yes." A middle-aged man sitting in the row behind them replied respectfully and left quietly. "Long Houchin, you're amazing." Seeing that Long Houchin won, Lin Xin was even happier than if she won herself. She hugged him and kissed his face, causing Long Houchin to blush. Yihua said expressionlessly, "You expose yourself too early. Even if you didn't use divine block, that Knight 29 shouldn't be your opponent. His cultivation shouldn't be higher than a rank 4 Great Knight." Long Houchin smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, I forgot to tell you. Hao Yue has some matters to attend to." He went back to his own space. Yihua was startled. "Hao Yue isn't here? Why did he leave at such a crucial moment? Hasn't he always been very attached to you?" Long Houchin said, "He left because of the stone orb that I mentioned to you before. He seemed to value the item inside the stone orb very much, so he brought it back to his own space." Yihua frowned. "No wonder you would make such a choice. You are confusing your opponents so that they won't know what your true cultivation is. In the later stages of the competition, they will have to be wary of the mount that you can release at any time. This is also good. Without a mount, you can train your own abilities better. However, the later stages of the competition will probably be a bit more difficult. The qualifier will be even crueler than the finals. In the following stages, your opponents will become stronger and stronger. You might even face a rank 5 opponent. You have to be mentally prepared." Long Houchin nodded his head resolutely. "Teacher, I will definitely enter the top 10. Yihua said, "All right, you can go back and train first." Long Houchin originally wanted to watch Lin Xion's competition before leaving. After hearing what Yihua said, he was a bit dazed. Yihua said indifferently, "There's no need to watch the next stages of the competition. Combat experience has to be gained through actual combat. Just watching is useless. Moreover, today is only the first day. You don't have to worry about Xion Air. She has the Rose Unicorn. If she can't even pass the first stage, I think Fatty Nailin can also step down." Just as they were talking, the second stage of the competition had already started. Just like what Yihua said, because there were a lot of competitions on the first day, it was very tight. The referee was still the same referee as before. Long Houchin looked at Lin Xion apologetically. Then he left his seat and returned to the hotel. Walking out of the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, Long Houchin let out a long sigh. Although he seemed to have won easily, he was actually very nervous. This battle not only allowed him to pass the first round, but it also gave him a certain amount of confidence. It was a bit cloudy today. The sky was gloomy, and it seemed that it might rain at any time. Long Houchin looked at the sky and walked towards the hotel where he was staying. The effect of the elixir given to him by Lin Xion was excellent. He had already taken 4 elixirs that could increase his internal spiritual power by 10 points every day. Sure enough, as the introduction of the elixir said, it had an excellent effect on increasing his internal spiritual power during his daily training. However, for Long Houchin, the elixir didn't increase his internal spiritual power by 10 points, but more. As for how much more, he didn't know. But after taking this elixir to train, the internal spiritual power that he increased was at least twice as much as his usual training. In just a few days' time, in addition to the potential that he got from killing the dark green dual-bladed demons, Long Hao-chen's internal spiritual power had already broken through the 1,750 mark. He could be sure that he was now a genuine level 9 Great Knight. At the last level of every rank, the spiritual power needed was the largest. For example, for a level 4 Great Knight, he only needed 150 points of spiritual power for the first 9 levels. But at the last level, he needed 250 points of spiritual power to break through from level 9 to Earth Knight. Yihua set a goal for Long Hao-chen, and he also set a goal for himself. His goal was to strive to get into the top 10 of the finals, not the top 10 of the preliminary round. However, Long Hao-chen also felt that it was a pity. If Hao Yue was there, he was confident that he could get a good result in the finals. But now, he could only rely on himself. As he walked towards the hotel, Long Hao-chen was thinking about what tactics he should use in the next round. At this moment, he heard a strange sound. Talk, 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 talk. Subconsciously looking up, Long Hao-chen saw a person. To be precise, it was a young girl. The young girl had long, purple hair, which was simply tied at the back of her head. She wore a black scarf on her face, which covered her face. Both of her eyes were exposed, but they were grayish-white, without any spirit. That strange talk sound was produced by the continuous tapping of the green bamboo cane in her hand on the ground. The young girl was a little shorter than Long Hao-chen and even looked a little thin. She used the green bamboo cane to probe forward while moving forward carefully. Looking at her, it seemed that it was very strenuous for her. "Little girl, where are you going? Let me help you." Long Hao-chen walked a few steps quickly, came to the side of the young girl, and asked with some concern. Looking at the young girl's lifeless eyes, Long Hao-chen felt sad in his heart. If a person lost their eyes, then, to them, there was only one color in the world. This was such a tragic thing. Looking at the girl's appearance, Long Hao-chen's compassion was immediately aroused. As Long Hao-chen spoke, he switched the sword to his left hand and used his right hand to support the young girl's green bamboo cane. The young girl stopped walking. Suddenly, Long Hao-chen, who was standing beside her, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and almost subconsciously let go of the green bamboo cane in his hand. "No need." The young girl's voice was a little cold, but it was not the kind of coldness that Yihua had. Yihua was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. However, the feeling that this young girl gave Long Hao-chen was a kind of coldness that was close to deathly stillness. It was as if there was not even a little bit of vitality in her. "Let me help you. I will send you home." Long Hao-chen tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. "I said no need," the young girl said coldly, and then continued walking forward. Long Hao-chen stood where he was, looking at the young girl's gradually disappearing figure. He suddenly felt a little depressed in his heart. He didn't know if it was because he didn't help the young girl, or if it was something else. Lightly shaking his head, Long Hao-chen sighed in his heart. The forget-me-not ring on his hand flashed with blue light, and the light sword of the radiant shield was stored in it. Then, he strode towards his hotel. Just at the moment when he put away his weapon, the young girl who was walking forward with difficulty in front of him suddenly stopped and suddenly turned around. "Hey!" The young girl called softly, and in her voice, the coldness seemed to have weakened a little. Long Hao-chen was going in the same direction as her, and just happened to pass by her. Hearing her call, he immediately stopped. The young girl raised her right hand and handed it to Long Hao-chen. "Can I trouble you to send me home?" Long Hao-chen was a little dazed by the young girl's change, and subconsciously responded, "Okay." As he said that, he raised his left hand and held the young girl's very slender white hand. The young girl's hand was very soft like soft tofu, and her 5 slender white fingers as if carved out of beautiful jade. Holding it in his palm, there was suddenly a warm feeling, and that kind of comfort was something Long Hao-chen had never felt before. The young girl held Long Hao-chen's hand, and her soft and delicate fingers gently rubbed the forget-me-not ring on Long Hao-chen's left hand's middle finger. Long Hao-chen's face was a little red, and he had already reached the age of first awakening of love. Holding the young girl's soft little hand, his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. The young girl was wearing a veil, and the expression on her face couldn't be seen, but the moment she touched the forget-me-not ring, Her other hand subconsciously clenched, and her delicate body slightly tensed. Because of that strange feeling in his heart, Long Houchen's perception plummeted, and he unexpectedly didn't notice the subtle change in the young girl's mood. "Where do you live?" Long Houchen forced himself to calm down and asked the young girl. The young girl said, "Go forward 76 feet, turn right 38 feet, and then turn left 23 feet, and you'll arrive." Long Houchen's heart moved, and he wasn't surprised because of the young girl's accurate grasp of the distance, but because he felt even more pity for her. She could judge the distance so accurately. So how much effort did she put in? At this moment, the softest part of his heart was fiercely touched. Subconsciously, he held the young girl's hand tightly and slowly walked forward. The two of them walked forward quietly, very slowly, but for some reason, Long Houchen felt a little warm in his heart. This was the first time he was holding a girl's hand while walking, and even though he was helping her, he had a feeling that he wanted to continue walking like this. The young girl's aura was very cold, but she was very quiet and steady, following Long Houchen's lead step by step. Her long purple hair was blown by the light breeze, and Long Houchen seemed to feel a bit of gentleness. What's your name?" the young girl suddenly asked. "Ah." Long Houchen was startled and hurriedly moved his gaze away from the young girl's face. Even though he knew that the young girl couldn't see, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. "My name is Long Houchen. What about you?" "My name is Kaya," the young girl said softly, and her voice was so soft that only Long Houchen could hear it. "What a nice name. Kai, is your home in Holy City?" Kaya gently shook her head and said, "I live in a city to the east of the Alliance. Not here. I'm here to take care of some matters." Long Houchen frowned and said, "What about your family? How can they be at ease with you coming out alone?" Kaya lightly said, "I can take care of myself." Looking at her pair of lifeless eyes, Long Houchen felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Kai didn't hear Long Houchen's voice for a while, and turned in his direction in surprise. "What's wrong?" Long Houchen lightly shook his head. "It's nothing." He almost blurted out that he would take care of her, but in the end, he held back because he didn't have the ability or the qualifications to do so, and it would be too presumptuous. But from the bottom of his heart, he felt sorry for Kyra, who had lost her sight in front of him. Kai stopped in her tracks, and Long Houchen, who was a little depressed, stopped as well. "What's wrong?" Long Houchen looked at her. Kyra said, "I'm here." Long Houchen was shocked, and only then did he realize that he was supposed to be leading Kyra, but now it seemed that she was leading him. "Sorry, Long Houchen said embarrassedly. Kai gently shook her head and gently pulled her hand out of his grasp. "Thank you." Long Houchen looked up, and it was also a hotel, and it was very close to the one he was staying at. "I'll walk you in," Long Houchen said. Kai shook her head again. "No need, I can do it." Long Houchen scratched his head. "Goodbye. Be careful." Although he knew that Kai couldn't see, he still waved at her and then left for his hotel. Kai didn't directly return to the hotel, but stood there quietly, facing the direction that Long Houchen left, and her lips, hidden under the veil, outlined a shallow arc. "It's really him. That fool. Yes, it's been a few years. How could he recognize me? Back then, I lost the ability to taste and speak, and now I have lost my sight. Long Houchen, Long Houchen." After making sure that she remembered the name, she slowly tightened the hand that was previously held by Long Houchen, tapped the ground with her green bamboo cane, and returned to the hotel. Long Houchen returned to his room, but the appearance of the blind girl from before lingered in his mind for a long time. Even though he sat cross-legged, he couldn't enter a meditative state for a long time. It seems that choosing to protect the night was really the right choice. In this world, there are too many people that need to be protected. Long Houchen sighed softly and took a pill that Lin Exine gave him, calmed his mind, and slowly entered a state of cultivation. The first day of the preliminaries of the Monster Hunters preliminaries had begun. When Long Houchen returned to the hotel to rest, more contestants were still in full swing. Just on the first day of the competition, half of the contestants had already left and were eliminated. In the trial field of the Magic Temple, Lin Xin was leisurely sitting in the resting area, watching the competition in the field. He wasn't nervous at all and sat there, observing the contestants around him. He was sitting in the first row of the contestants, but there were only two people beside him, a man and a woman. "Are you two interested in the pill?" Lin Xin asked the man and woman beside him with a smile. The two young magicians looked at him with a doubtful expression, and there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. Lin Xin smiled and said, "You too. Let's get to know each other. My name is Lin Xin, and I'm from Imei City. Speaking of which, we're all fifth-grade magicians, so let's be friends. Anyway, with our strength, entering the top 10 is no problem at all. Apart from being a magician, I'm also a potion apothecary. Look, this is the pill that I've refined." As he spoke, Lin Xin took out a crystal bottle from his pocket and shook it, but his eyes were filled with slyness. In his heart, he muttered, "I'm invincible when I have medicine." The trial field of the Temple of the Priests. Bang! Sima Xian swung the heavy staff in his hand and ruthlessly smashed his opponent into the air. Immediately after, a hammer of holy light flew out and floated above his opponent's head. Admit defeat. His opponent was a very pale young man who looked at Sima Xian in disbelief. Are you a priest or a warrior? Referee, this isn't fair." Whether it was the priest rest area or the big shots on the platform of the Temple of the Priest trial field, they all had an incredulous look on their faces. "If you don't admit defeat, I'll smash you." The hammer of holy light lowered slightly. I admit defeat." Sima Xian retracted the staff in his hand and slammed it on the ground, making a dull thud. Even the referee's expression changed. However, Sima Xian rubbed his big bald head and walked to the rest area without looking back. The trial field of the Warrior Temple. Chen Chen stood there with a bitter look on his face. He could not believe what he had just seen. Although he did not have much hope of advancing to the next round, he did not have much hope. However, he had suffered such a crushing defeat in the first round. How could he feel good about it? More importantly, he had been defeated by Shield Warrior. It was not that he could not break through his opponent's defense, but that his opponent had met his attack with an attack. It only took a total of 3 moves for him to admit defeat. The Shield Warrior opposite Qinshan was a young girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with long black hair combed into a neat ponytail and a slender figure. She had a heroic air about her. If one were to look at her appearance, no one would have thought that this slender girl was a warrior. However, beside her, there was a huge tower shield that was 1.8 meters tall and 1.2 meters wide. It was as big as a bedboard. This was her only weapon. This thing, which looked to be no less than 250 kilograms, had been wielded by her like an extension of her arm when she faced Chun Chun earlier, flying up and down. On the platform of the Warrior Temple trial field, a majestic old man was dumbfounded. Is this girl a shield warrior or a berserker? Oh no, why do I feel like she's more of an axe warrior? Did you guys see that? The tower shield just now looked like a heavy axe? Who taught this little monster? The first day of the preliminary round of the Monster Hunters trial lasted until the evening before it ended. The last to finish was not the Warrior Temple, which had the largest number of participants, but the Magic Temple. After the first round of elimination, the judges of the major temple who could sit on the platform had a common opinion. There were monsters every year, but there were especially many this year. In just one day of the competition, there were many strange characters. Rumor had it that a Tier 4 summoner from the Soul Temple had used some unknown method to summon a level 8 three-headed hellhound. The hellhound's opponent had fainted from fright. However, the elites of the 6 major temple participants were not in the mood to investigate this information at this time. All of them hurried back to their residences to rest. The cruelty of the preliminary round was not only the elimination round. More importantly, it was the continuous competition. No matter when one's first day of competition ended, they had to continue on the second day. This was also a great test of the participants' recovery ability. The pale golden airflow rotated slowly, and the milky white, 3-legged spiritual stove in the core emitted a white light that was getting stronger and stronger. The pale golden internal spiritual power gathered from his limbs and bones to the funnel-shaped vortex in his chest, and then spread out along with the vortex to the rest of his body. All of his meridians showed a pale golden luster. Long Houchin had been practicing for a day since he came back yesterday morning. When he was in a state of cultivation, he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth to replenish his body. His need for food was very low, and he only ate a little last night. Except for that short period of time, he had been practicing for almost a day and a night. Under the stimulation of the medicine, even Long Houchin himself was shocked by the speed of the growth of his internal spiritual power. In just one day, his internal spiritual power had increased by at least 20 points. At this speed, he would have the opportunity to reach level 5 in 10 days at most. Of course, there would be a bottleneck in level 5, but it was hard to say how long it would take to break through the bottleneck. From the beginning until now, with the son of light constitution, Long Houchin had never encountered a real bottleneck. Long Houchin, it's time to go. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Xian's voice came from outside. The golden light converged, and the white light on his chest disappeared. Long Houchin woke up from his state of cultivation. Coming. When he opened the door, the first thing Long Houchin saw was Lin Xian's excited smile. Sister, you won yesterday, right? Long Houchin immediately guessed the reason for her excitement. Lin Xian nodded. I won. It was easy, but not as fast as you. Jia Lu also passed the first round, but unfortunately, Chun Si and Chun Chen both. Long Houchin was shocked. Big brother Chun and second brother Chun both lost. Lin Xian sighed and said, the competition in the warrior temple is even more intense than here. Those who can participate are almost all level 4 and above, and it is easier said than done to break through. Let's go and eat something. We still have to work hard for the second round today. After this round, there will only be 30 people left. Every round of the competition will be more difficult. Brother, you can't be careless. You will definitely make it into the top 10. After a simple meal, they met up with Yi Hua, and the three of them went to the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field again. Yi Hua looked at Long Houchin, whose eyes were filled with light, and nodded in his heart. This child must have been cultivating after going back yesterday, or else he wouldn't be so energetic. I hope that my luck today will be as good as yesterday, and I will be able to participate in the competition earlier. After the first day of competition, the number of knights who entered the trial field today was instantly reduced by half. Although the number of people was reduced, the atmosphere was obviously more tense. After yesterday's competition, these young elites who participated in the competition all saw the cruelty of the competition. All of them were eager to fight, and at the same time, they were also cautiously observing the potential opponents around them. After all, no one knew what the result of the draw would be. Long Houchin was the first to compete yesterday, hence, the knight who participated in the competition naturally paid more attention to him. And Long Houchin was also observing, but he was only observing one person. As soon as they entered the resting area, Long Houchin saw the knight. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. This young man was tall, and he was at least 9 meters tall. He had broad shoulders and a head of short golden hair that stood up on the top of his head like steel needles. His handsome face was filled with masculinity, and the lines on his face looked like they were chiseled with knives and axes. He didn't wear armor, but a black outfit. After entering the resting area, he directly sat down in the middle of the first row. Such a calm demeanor. Long Houchin was secretly shocked. Although this young man looked to be in his 20s, he gave off a feeling that he was as steady as a mountain and as heavy as a mountain. Especially that serious gaze of his, there was actually not a bit of emotion. After sitting down, his back was perfectly straight, but he didn't move at all, as if he was still there. Teacher, who is that person? Long Houchin asked Yi Hua, who was beside him, in a low voice. Chapter 23. Seeing that young man, Yi Hua's face was also filled with awe. I don't know him, but he is definitely a rank 5. According to the rules of the competition, only rank 5 contestants can sit in the first row. This time, our Knights Templars have a total of 4 rank 5 contestants. He should be one of them. The rank 5 contestants are absent for the first 2 rounds. The other 3 didn't come, but he came to watch the competition. This person is very scary. You better pray that you don't meet him in the competition. Listening to his teacher's words, Long Houchen's eyes gradually changed, becoming as sharp as a knife. Usually, his eyes were very gentle. Only when he held a weapon would there be such a change. But at this moment, the stubbornness in his heart was stimulated. Firm, sharp, in an instant, Long Houchen's whole body was like an unsheathed sharp sword. "Teacher, I want to challenge him," Long Houchen said in a deep voice. Yihua was stunned. Just when he was about to say something, the sitting young man in black seemed to feel Long Houchen's gaze and slowly turned his head. When he saw Long Houchen, his eyes obviously showed a bit of surprise. Not sure if he was surprised by Long Houchen's age or his handsome appearance. He slightly raised his head, and a strong desire to fight suddenly burst out from his deep eyes. Long Houchen stood there without moving, but there was not a bit of fear in his eyes. Their eyes collided in the air, as if sparks were going to be ignited. The corner of the young man's mouth gradually curved, and his lips moved towards Long Houchen's direction. Then he turned back. "What is he saying?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. Long Houchen said in a deep voice, he said, "He is waiting for my challenge." Taking a deep breath, Long Houchen slowly sat down. At this moment, he only felt like there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. This was the desire to fight. Since coming to the holy city, it was the first time he felt such a strong desire to fight. His spiritual power was innately different from that of ordinary people, and his perception was extremely strong. He could clearly feel that the young man in black was very strong, very strong. The feeling that the young man gave him was even stronger than Yihua. However, the more pressure he felt, the more intense Long Houchen's fighting spirit became. At this moment, the same powerful voice as yesterday came from the rostrum. After a day of competition, only half of the contestants are left. In yesterday's match, some of the contestants didn't lose in terms of strength, but in terms of themselves. Carelessness and sloppiness. If such attitudes were displayed on the battlefield, not only would they lose, but they would also stay there forever. So, I hope you can remember the lessons of those losers. No one would pity the losers. Only the winners would cheer for them. The competition will continue on the second day. It will still be an elimination competition. Let's begin. The huge golden ball of light slowly appeared on the dome again. Everyone's eyes instantly froze as the numbers changed rapidly. The emotions of all the contestants fluctuated accordingly. Soon, two numbers appeared in the air. Two knights immediately appeared on the battlefield, and the new competition began. Today, Long Houchen wasn't as lucky as yesterday. For 3 consecutive matches, his and Lin Xian's numbers did not appear. Long Houchen sat there motionlessly, his body flickering with a faintly discernible golden light. Gui Wu, who was sitting not far from him, curled his lips in disdain. What's the use of sharpening your spear at the last minute? He's actually meditating here. Isn't he afraid of his cultivation going berserk and the spiritual power in his body collapsing? Gui Ying coldly glanced at his son. "I'm already starting to pray that you don't meet him." Gui Wu was stunned for a moment. "Dad, how can you boost the prestige of others and destroy your own ambition? Although his strength isn't bad, he doesn't have a mount. I'm not that idiot from yesterday." Gui Ying's expression became more and more unsightly. "Although your talent isn't bad, you're too impetuous. It's all my fault for spoiling you too much since you were young. No one's success comes from luck. In such a chaotic environment, even if I let you meditate, will you be able to enter a meditative state?" Gui Wu froze. That's right. The atmosphere of the competition was so intense, and the pressure was so great. How could he calm his heart? However, that brat had done it. Gui Ying's gaze fell on Long Houchen's hand. In yesterday's battle, he had clearly seen Long Houchen use the 2 secret skills, power accumulation and divine block. Inheritance ring. This young man must have some other background. With Yi Hua's cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to possess an inheritance ring. Even Yi Hua himself might not know a skill like divine block. In reality, the reason why Long Houchen was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age, other than his talent, was because of his extraordinary perseverance and hard work. It wasn't scary for a person to have talent. What was scary was that he had perseverance and perseverance while possessing talent. Simply put, ever since Long Houchin had started training with his father, he had practically never slept. He had always used training as a substitute. It could be said that he had not truly rested for the past 5 years. Regardless of whether it was his father's request or Yi Hua's request, he was able to complete them all. The hellish training had forged his tenacious willpower. His talent was also gradually developed through this perseverance. Number 98, number 46, enter the arena. As the golden light screen changed, a new match was about to begin. Lin Xian's spirit was lifted. She stood up, took a deep breath, and strode toward the arena. Today, she was going to enter the arena earlier than Long Houchin. When Long Houchin, who had been quietly training, heard the number 98, he slowly opened his eyes and ended his short meditation. Lin Xian's opponent was a muscular knight. Just like what the voice from the rostrum said when the match began on the second day of the preliminary round, no one would be careless because of their opponent's appearance. Even though his opponent was the female knight, the muscular number 46 young knight still had a cautious look on his face. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides summoned their mounts at the same time. The rose unicorn would always be the center of attention no matter where it appeared. It wasn't just because of its strength, but also because of its beauty. Under the color of the rose, Lin Xian's already beautiful face looked even more attractive. She jumped onto the horse and pointed her swords diagonally to the ground. The thick, pale, golden spiritual power quickly merged with the fiery red light emitted by the rose unicorn. Seeing Lin Xian, who was riding on the rose unicorn, Long Houchin let out a soft sound of surprise. Yi Hua looked at Long Houchin confusedly. What's wrong? He knew that this disciple of his was abnormal, especially that amazing perception. In actual combat, he could always observe places that ordinary people couldn't. Long Houchin said in a low voice, "Big Sister's rose seems to have evolved." Yi Hua was shocked. "You mean level 6? Long Houchin nodded his head lightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Rose had evolved to the beginner level 6. This meant that Lin Xian's possibility of entering the top 10 had greatly increased. Yi Hua also revealed a hint of surprise. Long Houchin had left early yesterday, but he had watched all the matches. Although some magical beast mounts with great potential had appeared during the matches, they were all still in their infancy stage. Not a single magical beast mount had been able to break through to level 6 or above. A level 6 beast meant that it was equivalent to a level 5 human powerhouse. Lin Xian's opponent, number 46, also changed his expression when he saw the rose unicorn shining with red light. His magical beast companion was a giant bear, a frost bear. It could become a 6th-level magical beast when it matured, but this frost bear was clearly still a long way from adulthood. It was only about 1.5 meters tall, and it looked very pocket-sized and cute. At most, it was around the intermediate level of level 4. "Charge!" Lin Xian shouted and held the swords in her hands horizontally. The rose unicorn that she was riding on was already charging towards number 46 like a red lightning. Number 46 shouted and quickly took a step forward. The shield on his left hand was shining with white light, and the holy light shield was released. His ice bear hid behind his shield obediently. A blue light flashed, and a small ice wall was erected in front of number 46. Lin Xian, who was charging towards number 46, raised her swords high up, and a pale golden light was emitted. She looked like she was going to finish the battle in one go. Number 46 suddenly became nervous. Rays of golden light continuously surged out of his body. He was using the various skills of the Guardian Knight to strengthen himself. He knew very well that he had no chance against the Rose Unicorn in terms of speed. If he could not block Lin Xian's first wave of attack, he would completely lose his chance. 3 thick ice spikes drilled out of the ground, trying to stop the Rose Unicorn from charging. However, at this moment, the difference between the two beasts was revealed. Rose stepped on the red cloud. Facing the protruding ice spikes from the ground, she did not stop at all. The ice spikes were all melted by the blazing fire elements emitted from her body as soon as they drilled out of the ground. They did not have any effect at all. Just when number 46 was concentrating all his strength to block Lin Xian's unstoppable attack, Rose suddenly moved to the side and rushed past him. Number 46 was taken aback. He had no idea what Lin Xian was trying to do. His frost bear, on the other hand, was very obedient. It dodged to the other side in a flash, not giving Lin Xian a chance to attack it. Rose ran far away, and the red light on her body continued to strengthen. The spiritual power emitted by Lin Xian gradually turned golden red. In the resting area, Long Haochen showed a faint smile on his face. He closed his eyes again and thought to himself, "Sister, you have also become cunning." He did not need to watch this battle anymore, so he started to meditate again. Connection. In the process of rushing and circling, Lin Xian completed the connection between herself and Rose. Back then, it was with this state that she gave a fatal blow to the dark green dual saber demon. There is no doubt that she was the strongest in this state. Especially after Rose evolved, the power of the connection was greatly enhanced. Yihua also showed a rare smile on his face. When did Xian become so cunning? Not only did she buy time for me to complete the connection, but she also suppressed the opponent to use all her spiritual power to defend herself. At this time, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. When the Rose Unicorn charged back at lightning speed, number 46 found out that all the defensive skills he had used in the first round had ended. He wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. All the spiritual power he used before was in vain. Dozens of ice spikes shot out. Ice Bear was a little angry and waved its bare paws at Lin Xian, who was playing with it and its partner. Unfortunately, these ice spikes did not have any effect at all. As soon as they entered the range of the golden red light emitted by Lin Xian and Rose Unicorn, they vaporized and disappeared. Lunge, cross slash, lightning stab, light slash. The Punishment Knight's tyrannical attack power exploded in an instant. With a series of consecutive skills, number 46 was forced to retreat. Lin Xian, who was in the state of connection, had already surpassed the 5th level. Moreover, she had the dual attributes of light and fire, so her attack power was very strong. Although number 40's cultivation was slightly higher than Lin Xian's, there was nothing he could do. The Punishment Knight already had an advantage in the battle. Lin Xian, who was in the state of connection, gave people a feeling that she was invincible. She broke the opponent's defense continuously. When the two swords in her hands were pointed in front of Ice Bear and number 46, Rose Unicorn's charge came to an abrupt end. Looking enviously at the Rose Unicorn in front of him, number 46 said helplessly, "I lost, but I lost to your mount." Lin Xian nodded at him and put away her swords. After giving a knight salute, she turned around and left. This was a classic battle of mount suppression. Rose Unicorn's speed, attack, and defense were far superior to Ice Bear. Lin Xian had completely made use of the advantages of Rose Unicorn to completely defeat her opponent. Number 97, number 99, fight. Lin Xian had just walked out of the trial grounds when she heard these two numbers. She was shocked and looked at Long Haochen, who was in the resting area, in surprise. Yihua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile that wasn't too good to look at. His cold gaze instantly looked at Gue Ying, who was at the side. Gue Ying was the one who reported to Long Haochen and Lin Xian right next to him. Without a doubt, number 99 was him. Gue Ying looked at Yihua, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "No matter what, you can't lose. Remember to use the thing I gave you. I will definitely win." Gue Ying looked at Long Haochen, who had opened his eyes and stood up slowly. However, Gue Ying didn't even look at him. Long Haochen looked at Yihua, and Yihua nodded at him. Yihua didn't promise his teacher anything, but Yihua could see that Yihua's eyes were filled with fighting intent. Summoning his glorious shield and light sword from the forget-me-not ring, Long Haochen strode into the trial grounds and stood at the side. Gue Ying's speed was even a bit faster than his, and he was the first to enter the trial grounds. Pursing his lips, he stared at Long Houchin. Match start. Following the referee's order, Long Houchin was the same as in the previous match. His body was surrounded by a circle of light, and he was accumulating power. With a sneer, Gui Wu quickly summoned his red-scaled earth dragon. On his left hand was a golden round shield with dark red vein patterns, and on his right hand was the spear that he had used against Sima Xian the other day. The best way to break the skill of accumulating power was to launch an attack at the first moment, making it impossible for the opponent to finish accumulating power. However, Gui Ying made another choice. Riding on his red-scaled earth dragon, he ran towards the edge of the trial grounds, furthest away from Long Houchin. Accumulating power was, in fact, a process of compressing spiritual energy. After compressing spiritual energy, it could burst forth with a powerful attack power. Naturally, the consumption of spiritual energy was several times that of using the same skill. The reason why this skill was somewhat useless was because the compressed spiritual energy was very unstable. Once the user finished accumulating power, he had to release the spiritual energy within 3 seconds. Otherwise, the compressed spiritual energy would collapse. Not only would it not be effective, it would also completely consume the spiritual energy that he had accumulated. The entire trial grounds were 200 meters wide. Gui Ying retreated to the edge, and the distance between him and Long Houchin had already increased to 130 meters. In 3 seconds, he could cross 130 meters? I told you to accumulate power, and that's just a waste of spiritual energy. The corner of Gui Ying's mouth curled into a sneer. The round shield in his left hand was pressed against the back of the red-scaled earth dragon, and the spear in his right hand was slowly raised. A sharp golden light flickered at the tip of the spear. The armor on his body was also emitting a faint golden luster. He just stood there quietly, waiting. Faced with such a situation, it seemed that the best choice for Long Houchin was to immediately end the accumulation of power and launch an attack. However, he didn't do so. Standing there, he was still like an abyss or a mountain, quietly accumulating power. His gaze was firm and steady, and his aura was tightly locked onto his opponent. Ever since the start of the preliminary round, this was the most peaceful match in the night's trial grounds. Both sides didn't take any action and just quietly confronted each other. However, the tense atmosphere in the field didn't lessen because of the confrontation, and the referee didn't interfere. It was impossible for the accumulation of power to last forever. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted and all of it was used to compress, it would be the time for Long Houchin to launch an attack. However, as time passed, Gui Ying's expression gradually became restless. Long Houchin was still accumulating power, and a full 2 minutes had already passed. As everyone knew, the longer the accumulation of power, the more powerful it would be, and the more spiritual energy it would consume. With regards to Long Houchin using this skill yesterday, Gui Ying had specially explained the characteristics of the accumulation of power to his son. For those below the 5th step, the accumulation of power would consume up to 500 points of spiritual energy every minute. It had already been 2 minutes, which meant that the current Long Houchin had already compressed at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Was he crazy? Could it be that he was preparing to launch an attack? However, with such a long distance between them, how could he do that? Although Gui Ying's heart was filled with confusion, the unease in his heart became even more intense. However, at this moment, it was hard for him to get off the tiger. He had already lost the opportunity to break Long Houchin's accumulation of power. 1,000 points of spiritual energy accumulation. What kind of tyrannical attack would he be able to display? He could only choose to wait, and definitely didn't dare to recklessly approach Long Houchin. Time slowly passed like a nightmare. 3 minutes. It had already been 3 minutes. Not only Gui Ying, even the participants in the rest area were holding their breaths. 1,500 points of spiritual energy? This was already at the level of a rank 7 Great Knight. This youth, who didn't even look to be 18 years old, actually possessed such strength. More importantly, Long Houchin's accumulation of power was still continuing. When 4 minutes had passed, An uproar had already appeared in the rest area. Ing couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the referee and said in a loud voice, "This is impossible. It's impossible for him to have a cultivation of the fifth step." 2,000 points of spiritual energy meant that he was an Earth Knight, which also meant that he had liquefied his spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy released by Long Houchen clearly didn't show any signs of liquefaction, yet his accumulation of power had already lasted for a full 4 minutes. This had already exceeded the scope of Ying's understanding. How could he know that, relying on the physique of the Child of Light, the consumption of spiritual energy of Long Houchen was much lower than that of an ordinary knight? Just as Ying looked towards the referee and shouted that it was impossible, Long Houchen suddenly moved. His right foot heavily stomped on the ground, and with all his strength, his entire body had already turned into a brilliant golden color, and he shot towards Ing like a golden arrow. At this moment, the 3-second countdown for the accumulation of power started. Because Ing had voiced out his doubts, his reaction was a beat slower. No matter what, he had to block this attack. If he could block it, he would win. His spiritual energy had already been consumed to the limit. A scarlet light lit up from the shield in his hand, and the red light directly entered the body of the red-scaled earth dragon. In that instant, the red-scaled earth dragon raised its head towards the sky and released a berserk roar, while its eyes instantly blossomed with a manic blood-red color. The aura around its body also became tyrannical. The shield in Ying's hand was a spirit demon equipment, with the additional skill, Bloodlust. Under the effect of Bloodlust, the red-scaled earth dragon's attack, defense, and speed would instantly increase by 10% for a minute. At the same time, a dazzling cold light erupted from the long spear in his hand. It was also a spirit demon equipment, with the additional skill, Piercing. Not staying in his original position, Ing controlled the red-scaled earth dragon to rush towards the side at the fastest speed possible. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Long Houchen as much as possible and waste as much time as possible. As long as he could make Ying's stored power skill fail, the victory of this match would definitely belong to him. 1 second. In just 1 second, Long Houchen's body had already dashed 30 meters away from the ground. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters away from Ying. His right foot once again stomped forcefully on the ground. Borrowing the momentum from the previous moment, he slightly changed his direction and rushed towards Ing at an even faster speed. 35 meters. This time, in the next second, he had actually dashed out 35 meters. The distance between him and Ing had already shrunk to 60 meters. There was still 60 meters left, and a victorious smile had already appeared on Ying's face. For a knight of the 5th rank and below, the maximum attack range was only 15 meters. In the last second, no matter what, Long Houchen would not be able to cross 45 meters to attack him. What's more, he was still frantically running horizontally to increase the distance between them. Bang! This time, Long Houchen's left foot landed on the ground, creating a shallow hole in the ground. Increasing his speed once again, he crossed the 40 meters in the blink of an eye. 3 steps, 3 seconds. A distance of over 100 meters. For a knight of the 4th rank, this was already the absolute limit of sprint. However, at this moment, he was still 30 meters away from Ing, who was frantically running horizontally. 3 seconds had already passed, and the accumulated spiritual energy should have dissipated by now. The word stupid appeared in the hearts of almost all of the spectators. Even a portion of the great figures of the Knights Templars on the rostrum in the distance also had such thoughts. In their eyes, Long Houchen was already doomed to lose. So, wasn't choosing such a method of attack stupid? In the first row of the resting area, a sliver of doubt appeared in the eyes of the black-clothed youth that had exchanged glances with Long Houchen, as a frown appeared on his resolute face. He muttered to himself, "What's he doing?" Bang! At this moment, Long Houchen used his actions to answer the doubts in everyone's hearts as he took his 4th step. His speed didn't decrease in the slightest. However, would this be of any use? The same thought appeared in the hearts of every spectator. The accumulated spiritual energy had already dissipated. So what if he rushed over? He would only become his opponent's punching bag. This time, Gui-ing did not run. The scarlet-horned earth dragon stopped its frantic charge and abruptly turned its head around. Its tyrannical body collided with Long Houchen. Two golden rings of light blossomed from Gui-ing's body, both of which were the amplification skills of the Guardian Knight. The long spear in his hand was like a golden bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Long Houchen. The round shield was placed horizontally in front of his chest. At this moment, a victorious smile appeared on his face, as well as a look of deep disdain towards Long Houchen. At the same time, the charging Long Houchen finally made another move. Light sword. His light sword, sparkling with a dense golden light, brazenly chopped forward. An incomparably dazzling and resplendent golden light illuminated the surroundings of the stage, turning it into a dense golden color. A seemingly substantial golden light blade pierced out from the sword. Under the incredulous gaze of Gui-ing, it collided with his long spear. Light severing sword, Knight's first ranged attack. However, at this moment, the light severing sword display by Long Houchen had clearly far surpassed the scope of the light severing sword. The seemingly substantial golden light blade radiated with a metallic texture, its sharpness causing cracks to appear on the ground as it swept past. Bang! Spear breaking, shield shattering, armor breaking, person flying. Gui-ing's body appeared to have collided with a giant dragon, as he was sent flying along with his scarlet-horned earth dragon. He smashed fiercely against the protective light barrier surrounding the training grounds, before rebounding back to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out from the mouths of Gui-ing and the scarlet-horned earth dragon. Including the referee, only a very small portion of the spectators were able to clearly see that at the instant when the light-severing sword collided with Gui-ing's long spear, the light-severing sword had slightly deflected, causing the side of the light blade to smack against Gui-ing's long spear, not using the sharp edge of the blade to chop down. Pooh! Long Houchen's feet landed firmly on the ground, as the substantial golden light on his body slowly dissipated. On the surface, there was basically no difference between him and the star of the match. Resting area. Lin Xian, who had already anxiously stood up, fiercely waved her fist. He won. Houchen won. Such a powerful strike. Yihua said in a deep voice, "Sit down." Lin Xian stuck out her tongue before hurriedly sitting down. She asked Yihua in a low voice, "Teacher, with Houchen's cultivation, he doesn't seem to need to take such a risk. Do you think that fellow would have a chance against him in a direct confrontation?" Yihua glanced at her, and Lin Xian was able to capture a look of fear from Yihua's eyes. If I'm not wrong, he's concealing his strength. At the same time, it's also a tactic. After saying this, he slowly stood up and walked towards Gui-ing. In the training grounds, Gui-ing continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the broken armor on his body, he said in a daze, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the accumulated spiritual energy not dissipate? He's at the 5th step. He's definitely at the 5th step. He's violating the rules of the competition." The referee looked at Gui-ing, then looked at Long Houchen. 5th step? Is he really at the 5th step? How old is this child? Right at this moment, the vigorous voice from the rostrum resounded once again. The provisional winner of this match is number 97. Bring him to have his spiritual energy tested. If he's at the 5th step, he'll be disqualified. Yes. After the referee respectfully saluted towards the rostrum, he gestured towards Long Houchen. Long Houchen nodded his head and followed the referee out of the training grounds. Gui-ing and his red-scaled earth dragon were naturally carried out of the training grounds by the staff. In the resting area, Gui-ing sat there, his face alternating between green and white as he looked at Yihua walking toward him. At this moment, his emotions could only be described as his internal organs burning. Every step that Yihua took felt as if he was ruthlessly trampling on his heart, ravaging it. Here, there were so many rising stars, outstanding young knight. From afar, The rostrum could also clearly see what was happening here. However, his son had lost. The bet. Yihua slowly walked in front of Gue Ying and stood still, looking at him with an ice-cold gaze. The bet, you lost. Gue Ying fiercely clenched his teeth and stood upright. Come. As a knight, he could lose the bet, but he definitely could not lose his integrity. Looking at his extremely ugly expression, Yihua took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A teacher for a day, a father for life. When you go back, tell him that I send my regards to him. You can leave. You? Gue Ying sluggishly looked at Yihua. He actually didn't fulfill the bet and slap me? Yihua indifferently said, You should thank Long Haochen. It was his kind heart that influenced me. Your son's injuries are not light. Gue Ying clenched his teeth and deeply looked at Yihua. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. With a heavy stomp, he turned around and left. When he turned around and walked towards the injured Gue Ying, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Teacher, you were wrong back then. Not long after the next match ended, a powerful voice sounded from the rostrum. The battle between number 97 and number 99. The winner is number 97. There was no explanation, only an answer was given. This was to keep Long Haochen's cultivation a secret, and at the same time, to tell all the participants that Long Haochen's spiritual energy was less than 2,000. He wasn't a fifth-ranked ranker. The old man sitting in the middle of the rostrum revealed a playful smile on his face and said, From Hao U.S. City, possesses the ring of inheritance, and his spiritual energy is as high as 1803. A level 9 great knight who is only 14 years old. It seems that our Knights Templars is going to have another world-shaking talent. Pass down my order, seal all information regarding number 97. Do not let any of it leak out, especially his age. Oh, no. Change his information to 18 years old, and inform the leader of Haoyue Branch Palace about my order. Yes, someone naturally went to carry out the order. As long as this child can grow up smoothly, our Knights Templars' position as the head of the 6 great temples will not be shaken for the next 100 years. I'm very curious about this child's innate spiritual energy, and who passed down his ring of inheritance. Another old man sitting next to him smiled and said, It's rare that the paladin head appreciates talent. Do you want to personally teach this child? The old man, who was called Holy Knight Elder, smiled and shook his head and said, Monster hunters can temper people more than any kind of training. I hope he can advance into the top 10 this time and embark on the journey of monster hunters earlier. Long Haochen returned to the resting area and silently sat down beside Yihua. He once again became the focus of the resting area, but he didn't pay attention to anyone's gaze. After sitting down, he lowered his head and pondered. From the looks of it, the battle between him and Gue Wu was extremely thrilling, but only Long Haochen himself knew that there wasn't any element of luck involved in it, and it was completely within his calculations. Gue Wu lost because he believed too much in his father's judgment of the stored power skill. Long Haochen possessed the physique of the Son of Light, and any skill in his hands would have some slight changes. This included the power of the skill, the consumption of spiritual energy, and some changes in time. After he used stored power, the time for his spiritual energy to dissipate wasn't 3 seconds, but 4 seconds. That 1 second difference doomed Gue Wu's tragedy. That light/sword was a powerful effect produced by Long Haochen compressing over 1,500 spiritual energy. Furthermore, the 1,500 spiritual energy he compressed had the attack power of 2,000 spiritual energy compressed by an ordinary knight. Not to mention Gue Wu relying on 2 pieces of spiritual demon equipment. Even a genuine Earth Knight might not be able to withstand that attack from Long Haochen. Although the stored power skill was of little value, as long as there was enough time to store it, then the power it would erupt with would become extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a powerful skill that had compressed 2,000 spiritual energy. It could be said that Long Haochen's previous attack was already comparable to a Radiance Knight's attack. The only difference was that the spiritual energy was in a gaseous state and not in a liquid state. If not for Long Haochin showing mercy at the last moment, Gui Wu might not even have a corpse left. This was the first time that Long Haochin had used the stored power skill so thoroughly. Therefore, he sank into contemplation, thinking about his gains and losses during the process of stored power. When his spiritual energy was compressed to a certain degree, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change, especially the spiritual energy in the core region of the Saint's spiritual furnace. The rotation speed had suddenly decreased, but that stagnant feeling made Long Haochin see a layer of misty, golden luster. Spiritual energy liquefying, Long Haochin thought in detail. He had already touched the edge of this aspect. Regardless of the rank of an expert, during a breakthrough, an instant of enlightenment was extremely important. Therefore, Long Haochin seized the opportunity before his eyes and sat there motionlessly for a full half an hour before gradually recovering from his contemplation. Yihua sat beside Long Haochin. From beginning to end, he didn't ask him anything and even stopped Lin Xin from talking to him. Yihua was envious of this disciple of his from the bottom of his heart. He must have gained something from the battle just now. "Teacher, I'm going back to continue my training," Long Haochin whispered in Yihua's ear. Yihua nodded towards him and patted his shoulder in gratification. At this moment, Long Haochin was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of enlightenment. He even forgot to say goodbye to Lin Xin and hurriedly walked out of the training grounds. Letting out a long breath, Long Haochin's hands slightly moved, simulating the changes in the spiritual energy within his body. "I found a doorway. I must have found the doorway." Long Haochin was ecstatic. He knew that this enlightenment was even more important than cultivating his internal spiritual energy to more than 2,000. Chapter 24. Just as he was about to rush back to his residence and try out the cultivation method he had just comprehended, at a glance, he saw that not far in front of him, a green bamboo stick was tapping on the ground lightly, and a rhythmic sound rang out. "It's her." Long Haochin's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt that the joy brought about by the enlightenment in his heart had faded a lot, and another kind of strange, entangled emotion was growing in his heart. Quickly taking a few steps forward, Long Haochin called out softly, "Kair," who was walking forward, paused for a moment. "Long Haochin, is that you?" Long Haochin had already walked to her side at this time. "It's me." Kair smiled slightly. Although she was still wearing a veil and her face could not be seen, Long Haochin was completely sure that she was smiling. "Can you take me back?" She once again took the initiative to raise her hand. "Okay." Long Haochin suddenly realized that his hand, which was warm and scorching just a moment ago, was now a little cold because of nervousness. He carefully held Kair's hand, as if he was afraid of profaning her. Her hand was still so soft, but there was a bit more warmth in it than yesterday. Even the coldness that was originally emitted from her body had faded a lot. Just like that, Long Haochin held her hand and slowly walked forward. He walked very slowly, even slower than yesterday. At this moment, his mind was empty, and he actually did not think about anything related to cultivation anymore. He only felt that his heart was very calm, as if the eagerness and joy in his heart had been cleansed at this moment. Only the touch in front of him brought him an indescribable feeling of enjoyment. No matter how slow he walked, there would always be an end to the road. Moreover, the place where they met was very close to where Kair lived. Long Haochin even thought to himself, why didn't she live further away? "We're here." Long Haochin stopped, but there was a reluctance in his eyes. Kair gently withdrew her hand. "Thank you." Long Haochin hurriedly shook his head, but after he shook his head, he suddenly remembered that Kair couldn't see. At this moment, Kair softly said, "I still have to go out to do something tomorrow, but it might take a little longer. Are you willing to send me back?" "Okay." Long Haochin blurted out. Tomorrow, the competition would enter the third round. On the side of the Knights Templars, there were only around 30 people left. The competition would definitely end soon. Kair waved her hand at him, tapped her green bamboo cane on the ground, and turned to walk into the hotel. This time, Long Haochin watched her figure disappear before he came back to his senses. He really liked the feeling of holding her hand. As for the feelings between a man and a woman, he had only cultivated for the past 5 years, so he was only a little confused. He didn't know what he should do. But he could feel that as long as he thought about seeing her again tomorrow, he would have that kind of anticipation in his heart. Back at his residence, Long Houchin sat cross-legged on his bed. This time, he didn't stay in a meditative state for a long time like yesterday. Instead, he immediately entered a meditative state. His heart was very calm, or even tranquil. That kind of moving feeling made Long Houchin feel that cultivating had become a kind of enjoyment. He didn't know why it was like this, but he felt that he must have been affected by something special about Kair. The next moment, a faint golden haze lit up around Long Houchin's body. He actually used the ready skill in his room. This time, because he didn't need to observe his opponent, nor did he need to fight, his mind was completely focused on observing the ready skill. Long Houchin clearly saw that the spiritual power in his body was like rivers flowing into the sea, quickly gathering together with the funnel vortex in his chest. At this moment, the funnel vortex itself seemed to have solidified. It no longer rotated slowly, but quietly stopped there, like a sharp golden awl. Threads of spiritual power constantly flowed into the sharp awl. The gentle and powerful inner spiritual power gently moved according to a strange rhythm. No matter how powerful the spiritual power from the outside world was, the size of the cone-shaped funnel vortex never changed. Only the color became more intense. That's right, it was the color. The faint golden color was the original color of his spiritual power. But the bright golden color was the qualitative change after the compression. The color change that appeared on the surface of his body was all because of the compression within his body. At this moment, the feeling of enlightenment unexpectedly appeared again. The gaseous and liquid state of spiritual power was actually the difference in the compression of spiritual power. That's right, it was like this. Liquid spiritual power was actually produced after spiritual power was compressed to a certain degree. The key problem was to maintain the stability of this liquid state. As the ready skill continued, the golden color of the funnel vortex became more and more intense. The layer of golden mist around the saint's spiritual stove once again appeared. Only, this time, Long Houchin didn't stop after compressing 1,500 points of spiritual power. Instead, he went all out, compressing all of the spiritual power in his body. All of it was used in the ready skill. The previous 4 minutes of compression didn't have the same effect as this last bit of spiritual power compression. It must be known that although his total spiritual power had reached more than 1,800 points, it also included more than 200 points of external spiritual power. After completing the compression of 1,500 points, there wasn't much left. Long Houchin clearly saw that the saint's spiritual stove's surroundings was originally only a thin layer of mist. Following the continuous compression of his spiritual power, this layer of mist gradually thickened. Drops of golden liquid began to appear around the saint's spiritual stove. At this time, the originally milky white saint's spiritual stove unexpectedly emitted a faint white light. Ever since he had obtained this stove, this was the first time Long Houchin had seen such a situation. The drops of golden liquid that appeared due to the ready skill, accompanied by the appearance of the white light, unexpectedly stuck to the saint's spiritual stove and slowly rotated. At this moment, Long Houchin's body suddenly shook. The spiritual power in his body had already been completely compressed. The golden funnel violently trembled. This compression came from his spirit. It was precisely because of Long Houchin's outstanding spiritual power that Long Xingwu dared to leave the ready skill at the 4th rank when he gave him the inheritance ring. Letting out a long breath, Long Houchin ended the ready skill and allowed the enormous spiritual power that he had compressed to disperse. However, his observation didn't end there. He still calmly observed the changes between his spiritual power and the saint's spiritual stove. This feeling was very wonderful. Long Houchin's body was empty, but the more it was like this, the more agile his thoughts became. The process of the spiritual power dispersing was very quick. First, the golden color of the funnel vortex gradually faded. The previously compressed and powerful spiritual power subsequently dispersed. Then, the layer of water droplets on the saint's spiritual stove stopped rotating and gradually dissipated. However, Long Houchin clearly discovered that the speed at which the layer of golden water droplets around the saint's spiritual stove dissipated was a lot slower than the spiritual power dispersing from the funnel vortex. Was this the benefit of the liquid spiritual power? Long Houchin's heart moved. It was very clear that compared to the gaseous spiritual power, the liquid spiritual power was much purer and more concentrated. Gradually, the dense water droplets gradually disappeared. Long Houchin became completely isolated. There wasn't a single bit of spiritual power left in his body. His body was completely empty. However, in the next moment after the spiritual power in his body completely dispersed, Long Houchin felt his whole body slightly tremble. The light elements in the air rushed into his body at a speed that surprised him. They turned into strands and quickly gathered towards the saint's spiritual stove in his chest. A funnel vortex with an embryonic form was formed in a flash. At this moment, he recovered at least 10 points of spiritual power. The funnel vortex began to slowly rotate. The spiritual power in his body also began to recover on its own. During this process, Long Houchin didn't do anything. All of this happened on its own. Could it be that after exhausting his spiritual power, this kind of change would occur? At this moment, the spiritual power in his body recovered at least twice as fast as usual. However, Long Houchin quickly discovered that this recovery speed gradually decreased as the spiritual power in his body increased. When his spiritual power had recovered by more than half, the recovery speed had already returned to its original state. No, to be precise, it seemed to be a bit faster than the original state. Long Houchin slowly opened his eyes. I seem to have discovered a brand new cultivation method. Generally speaking, no profession would allow their internal spiritual energy to be depleted. This was simply too dangerous. Therefore, very few people could understand what Long Houchin felt just now. Moreover, his affinity with the light elements was close to perfect. His feelings were also much deeper than ordinary people. What Long Houchin didn't know was that the stored power skill was originally a skill that an almighty person had transformed his own cultivation method into during the process of cultivation. And today's enlightenment was to reverse the stored power skill and restore it to its original cultivation method. This kind of cultivation method was also not recorded in the Temple League. Perhaps it wasn't the best cultivation method, but without a doubt, it was the best choice to let spiritual power break through from the gaseous state to the liquid state. What Long Houchin did next was to restore his spiritual power to its peak state and then use the stored power skill to exhaust it. He constantly experienced the saint's spiritual stoves, surroundings, and the process of the spiritual power changing from the gaseous state to the liquid state. Moreover, Long Houchin also discovered that every time he tried this, the moment the liquid spiritual power appeared, his saint's spiritual stove seemed to respond. Could this be the evolution that Dad mentioned? My saint's spiritual stove is going to evolve? Long Houchin still clearly remembered that his father once told him that the saint's spiritual stove could evolve a total of 5 times. As for how it would evolve, Dad also didn't know. In fact, what Long Xingwu didn't tell him was that up until now, no one with the saint's spiritual stove had ever been able to evolve it to the 5th time. Lin Xian and Long Houchin smoothly passed the second round, but Lin Jialu met her Waterloo. She suffered a crushing defeat in the second round, losing to a level 7 great magician. Lin Jialu didn't plan to continue staying in the holy city. That night, under Lin Xian's farewell, she left with the 2 brothers Chun Si and Chen Chun. Because Long Houchin was cultivating, Lin Xian didn't disturb him. Morning came again. Perhaps it was because the preliminary round had entered a critical moment. When Long Houchin and Lin Xian followed Yi Hua out of the hotel, he even felt that the atmosphere in the holy city was somewhat tense. The preliminary round had entered the 3rd day and had already entered the middle stage. The number of Knights Templars participating was a total of 138 people. In the first 2 rounds, the 4 rank 5 experts didn't participate. The actual number of participants was 134 people. After 2 rounds of competition, there was 1 lucky person who didn't participate in the second day's competition. Therefore, there were 34 people who qualified. Adding the 4 rank 5 professionals, it was a total of 38 people. Today, these 38 people would decide the top 19, and tomorrow would be the final elimination round. Yihua watched from the beginning to the end of the preliminary round for the past 2 days. He brought a piece of news to Long Haochen, a piece of news that made today's competition even more tense. Since today's competition would decide the top 19, it meant that in tomorrow's competition to decide the top 10, there would definitely be 1 person who didn't participate. And this person who didn't participate would be decided in today's competition. Today, whoever could show convincing strength in the competition and gain the recognition of the panel of judges on the rostrum would be the first to enter the top 10 and obtain this vacant spot. More importantly, yesterday, the panel of judges announced that because the rank 5 professionals didn't participate in the first 2 rounds, the vacant spot would not belong to the 4 rank 5 professionals. Without a doubt, such a decision would make today's competition even more intense. Who didn't want to obtain the vacant spot? Obtaining this spot meant that one would directly enter the top 10 of the Knights Templars preliminary round, which also meant that one would be qualified to become a member of Monster Hunters. This was glory and also the opening of a door to heaven. In the past history of the Monster Hunters preliminary round, there had never been a member of Monster Hunters whose final achievement was lower than rank 6. Moreover, their actual combat power was much stronger than that of the non-Monster Hunters of the same rank. They were also the core strength of the Temple League. It was conceivable that as a member of Monster Hunters, they would definitely receive more resources from the Temple League. The probability of becoming a powerhouse of the generation would increase greatly. So far, the majority of the upper echelons of the 6 major temples, including those rank 9 legendary powerhouses, had all come from Monster Hunters. Any member of Monster Hunters, after performing a mission for 10 years, could choose to quit Monster Hunters and work in the temple. They were the heroes in the eyes of the commoners. Walking into the trial field, Long Haochen's eyes subconsciously looked toward the front row. Today, they didn't come early. At this time, many of the contestants who passed the first 2 rounds had already arrived. With a glance, Long Haochen saw the 4 people sitting in the first row. The youth in black from yesterday was still sitting in his seat. Even his attire hadn't changed. It seemed that he didn't think that he needed to wear the armor in advance. As for the other 3, Long Haochen could only see their backs. They were all men. To be precise, for professions like knight and warrior, there were very few outstanding female powerhouses. Currently, in the Knights Templars, the only female knight who could enter the top 38 was Lin Xin. Today, Long Haochen didn't meditate because the number of contestants was much smaller. It was very likely that he would fight in the first few rounds. Almost everyone present, including Lin Xin, was a little nervous. Most of them were silently praying that they wouldn't meet the 4 people in the first row in today's competition. They were rank 5 powerhouses. Meeting them was equivalent to losing the chance to enter the top 10. Only Long Haochen was an exception. After sitting down, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that after today's competition, he would be able to see Kai Air, and she could even send him back. Thinking of this, Long Haochen's pale, golden eyes revealed a faint trace of warmth. Lin Xin looked at Long Haochen's calm expression and thought to herself, "He's only 14 years old. How can he be so calm? I'm already in my 20s. How can I not be as calm as Long Haochen?" Closing her eyes, she calmed herself down, and the nervousness in her heart also dissipated a little. Magic Temple Trial Field. When the 2 contestant numbers appeared on the screen, the entire resting area of the Magic Temple's trial grounds fell silent. Of the 2 numbers, the first showed 61, nothing out of the ordinary, but the second number was 1. Number 1 was about to appear. In the preliminary round of the 6 Great Temple Trials, the first 10 numbers were reserved for contestants above rank 5. If there were not 10 people, the other numbers would also be empty. The appearance of number 1 meant that the first match on the third day of the competition would have a rank 5 magic shooter. A girl stood up from the resting area in a somewhat stupefied manner and walked into the field. She was the very unlucky contestant 61. In the first row, Lin Xian, dressed in a fiery red magic robe, slowly got up. That's right, that number 1 was him. Lin Xian was handsome to begin with, especially with his long dark green hair that fell to his waist, which was extremely distinctive. The fiery red magic robe he was wearing was rippling with extremely rich fire elements, and the mages present could even vaguely feel the fire elements jumping on the magic robe cheerfully. Golden runes densely covered the magic robe, and along with Lin Xian's movements, these golden runes flowed with brilliance as if they were alive. Lin Xian turned around and combed his long hair with both hands on the side of his face, revealing an elegant and calm smile to the contestants behind him. That confidence and calmness made some of the female mages' heartbeats visibly accelerate. Only then did Lin Xian slowly walk out. As he walked towards the competition field, a rich wave of fire elements began to rise around his body. It was not because he used any magic, but because the magic robe he was wearing seemed to have been activated. He raised his right hand and waved it in the air. The rich fire elements in the air seemed to have found their source and instantly gathered in his hand. Drops of fiery red liquid dripped down and gradually formed a strange reddish-gold staff in the air. The staff was not big, but the moment it appeared, it seemed that the entire magic temple trial field was filled with a thick layer of fire element aura. Too strong. Is this the strength of a magic shooter? The contestants could not help but hold their breath as they watched Lin Xian walk proudly into the field. Some were envious, some were jealous, but most of them were fearful. Without a doubt, this number 1 contestant was a fire element mage. Looking at him, it was clear that he had truly grasped the rules of fire. Number 61's face was a little pale. She felt that her luck was really bad. Not only did she encounter a 5th-grade powerhouse, but this 5th-grade contestant in front of her was also very likely to be the strongest contestant in the Magic Temple this time. The fire element aura that rushed towards her shocked her and made her mind very unstable. The referee was an old man. According to the rules of the Monster Hunters trial, when there were 5th-grade contestants in the competition, the referee must be a 7th-grade powerhouse. He glanced at Lin Xian and said, "Stop showing off. Before I announce the start of the competition, you are not allowed to use any skills, including the enhancement ability of your equipment." "Yes, as you wish." Lin Xian smiled slightly, and the golden red light in his hand disappeared. He sighed softly and said to himself, "I originally didn't want to use the magic staff. Since that's the case, I'll use it." Hearing his words, the face of the girl opposite him suddenly became even more unsightly. She even cursed the referee for being meddlesome. He was already so strong. If he used a magic staff, how strong would he be? With a flash of red light, a magic staff quietly appeared in Lin Xian's hand. To be precise, it could not be regarded as a magic staff at all. It was just a strange-shaped, fiery red crystal. This crystal was about 5 feet long, and the thickest part was about the diameter of a fist. The overall shape was slightly distorted. It did not look like a magic staff at all, nor did it have any inlay. However, at this moment, the referee who had just reprimanded Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and said hoarsely, "Such a big fire cloud crystal. You want to use this to make a magic staff?" Lin Xian smiled slightly, as if he was holding a very ordinary item. "I just bought it a few days ago and haven't had time to find a master to carve it. I'll make do with it for now." Although the fire cloud crystal is not a top-grade material, the effect of condensing fire elements is not bad. The referee's expression changed, and he cursed in his heart. Too wasteful. This kid is really too wasteful. The fire cloud crystal was not a magic crystal, but a natural mineral crystal that contained extremely pure and condensed fire elements. It could only be found in the depths of magma that had been soaked for more than 1,000 years. Even if a piece of fire cloud crystal the size of an egg was inlaid on any magic staff, it could easily become a spirit-grade fire attribute equipment. Lin Xin held such a long staff in his hand. Even if it hadn't been carved or engraved with any magic arrays, this staff could still double the power of his spiritual energy. This was already at the level of a glorious grade equipment. If he could find a powerful mage to inscribe a magic array on it, then this fire cloud crystal might even have the chance to become a legendary magic staff. What kind of concept was an entire magic staff made of fire cloud crystal? This thing could not be bought even if one had money, and its market value was at least more than 500,000 gold coins. The girl number 61 in front of Lin Xin had a lifeless look on her face. She was a dual-element mage, specializing in both wind and fire magic. The magic staff in her hand also had a fire cloud crystal, but it was only the size of a fingernail. The other side was inlaid with a wind cloud crystal the size of a fingernail. Looking at the one in Lin Xion's hand, and then her own, the girl number 61 really wanted to hide her own magic staff. The match begins. The referee suppressed his desire for the fire cloud crystal and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Xion smiled at the girl opposite him and said, "Beauty, how about we discuss it? Magic has no eyes, and I'm not good at controlling some 5th and 6th grade spells. It would be bad if I hurt you. We are all from the magic temple, and as a man, I have to be a gentleman. How about this? Seeing that you also know fire magic, I will do a simple demonstration of fire control. If you can get close to it, then you win. This will also save us from hurting each other's relationship. What do you think?" Hearing him say this, the girl opposite him clearly let out a sigh of relief. Anyone could see that the gap between her and Lin Xion was really too big. She quickly nodded and said with gratitude, "Senior brother, please guide me." Lin Xion was calm and collected, and a faint magic halo fluctuated around his body gently. He had the demeanor of a master. Glancing at the girl in front of him, the corners of Lin Xion's mouth curled into a faint smile. He raised the flame cloud crystal in his hand, slowly drawing a fiery red halo in front of him. Although this halo was fiery red, there was no flame coming out. Moreover, it seemed to be branded in the air, and the fiery red light didn't disperse at all. Liquid spiritual power. Only liquid spiritual power could achieve such a spectacle. And looking at his appearance, it was clear that his control of liquid spiritual power had reached a level where he could use it freely. He was definitely not a rookie who had just entered the 5th grade. The fire cloud crystal returned to the starting point, and the fiery red halo was completely formed. It quietly floated in front of Lin Xion. Suddenly, all the fire element aura was restrained and not a little bit leaked out. The color of the fiery red halo still didn't change. The face of the girl opposite him was already pale. She absolutely couldn't complete this scene. How could it be so easy to restrain one's own aura? Moreover, he had to control the released spiritual power so that it wouldn't disperse. It must be known that Lin Xion didn't have any contact with the halo at all. "Look carefully, I'm going to start." Lin Xion smiled gently at the girl opposite him. "What? He hasn't started yet?" The girl's delicate body was already on the verge of collapse. The fire cloud crystal rose again and lightly knocked on the halo. With a light ding, it was as if he had knocked on a metal ring. The fiery red halo instantly collapsed, turning into countless fiery red light spots floating in the air. At this time, all the contestants' eyes were focused on Lin Xion. No one knew what he was going to do. "Change!" Lin Xion shouted softly. One could clearly see that the fire cloud crystal in his hand produced a series of tremors. He seemed to be muttering a spell in a low voice, but his speed was too fast. Neither his opponent nor the judge could hear him clearly. The floating sparks in the air changed. They were getting bigger, and the most amazing thing was that during the whole process, they were like flower buds that slowly opened. Fiery red roses appeared out of thin air and slowly rotated around Lin Xion's body. This scene was really too shocking. Lin Xion, who was originally handsome and dashing, was set off by those pure fire elemental roses, just like a fire spirit. The contestants almost all held their breath as they watched this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were at least hundreds of fiery roses. What kind of control did he have to control the fire element so delicately? Lin Xian's opponent, the girl who had struggled to pass the preliminary round 2 days ago, was no longer pale. Instead, there was a touch of red on her face. She was the closest, so she could see him most clearly. All girls loved to be beautiful, not to mention such exquisite control of fire element magic. There was no longer any pain of failure in her eyes. Instead, there was a trace of admiration. However, Lin Xian's show was not over yet. He pointed the fire cloud crystal in front of him. Condense. Suddenly, all the fiery red roses seemed to have found a guide. They quickly gathered together in front of him and condensed into a fiery red heart-shaped pattern. The dazzling fiery red color perfectly displayed the beauty of the roses. Lin Xian gently pointed at the left side of his chest. Suddenly, there was a thump-thump, thump-thump sound in the air. The heart-shaped pattern formed by the fiery roses rose and fell along with this sound. It was like a real heart. The fire cloud crystal pointed forward again. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, the huge heart flew straight towards the girl opposite him. The girl, who was in a state of shock and astonishment, had no time to react. Seeing such a huge flame flying towards her, her face suddenly changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Looking at the heart formed by the fiery roses, her mind went blank. But at this moment, all the roses quietly collapsed as if they had withered. The heart-shaped flame turned into an even bigger heart-shaped circle of light that enveloped the girl. It did not have any attack effect at all. It just quietly dissipated around her body. The fiery red light reflected on the girl's face, making it look red. The girl stood there in a daze. She had no idea what to do. Among the spectating contestants, almost all the female mages had their eyes lit up. Too dazzling, too romantic. It turned out that magic could be so beautiful. My demonstration is over. Please, Lin Xian said politely to the girl opposite him. Ah, the girl number 61 cried out in surprise. Her legs gave way, and she almost fell. Her cheeks were also flushed because of her loss of composure. I can't do it. I admit defeat. After saying this, she felt her heartbeat speed up. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Xian again. She ran away as if she was escaping. Not to mention the girl, even the referee of this match, a 7th grade Grand Magus, was dumbfounded at this moment. Because he asked himself, although he could also do this kind of exquisite control, he would definitely not be able to do it as quickly and calmly as Lin Xian. This kind of control of magic could no longer be described as a genius. It was simply a peerless talent. On the rostrum, an old mage sitting in the center of the first row snorted. Grandstanding, flashy but impractical. Towards his evaluation, the other mages on both sides were all shocked. An old mage sitting on his left said, "Elder Lin, this can't be described as flashy but impractical. Such a magnificent scene hides such creativity and control. This child's understanding of magic is simply amazing. In the future, he will definitely become a leading figure in our magic temple." Elder Lin snorted angrily. "Olga, there's something wrong with your eyes. He's a dog*T leading figure. He's just a clown trying to impress the crowd." Elder Ge's face darkened. "Elder Lin, you can't say that. We're already so old. Are you still going to be jealous of people with talent? Although you are the leader of the mage squad, if you want to suppress such a young talent, I will definitely not allow it." Elder Lin suddenly stood up. "All right, I'm not watching this match anymore. I'm so angry. Would I suppress that little bastard? How can I not know what he's capable of?" Elder Ge was furious. "Why are you scolding people? Do you still have the demeanor of a sacred magus?" Elder Lin snorted. "I'm scolding my own grandson. Why do you care?" After saying that, he walked away with a face full of resentment. Before he left, he glared at Lin Xian, who was smiling and waving at all the contestants. Lin Xian only felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to continue showing off and hurried back to the resting area. After Elder Lin left, Elder Gu revealed a look of realization. So this kid is Elder Lin's second grandson, the legendary freak. No wonder this old man's nose is not a nose and face is not a face. Assassin Temple Trial Field. In the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, the trial field of the Assassin's Temple was the strangest. It was far from being as bright as the other 5 trial fields. On the contrary, it seemed a little dim and could even be said to be gloomy. Today, the Assassin Temple Trial Field started later than the other Temple Trial Field because there were some arrangements here. In the spacious trial field, tall stone pillars were erected. The placement of these stone pillars was irregular, and each of them was as thick as 2 people hugging each other. At this moment, the arrangement had just been completed. A deep and cold voice floated down from the rostrum as though it came from hell. There are a total of 48 contestants this year. After the first 2 days of competition, there are 12 contestants left. Today, the top 10 will be decided. All of you will enter the field at the same time to compete. You can use any means. Those who lose their fighting ability will be eliminated. The first 4 people who are eliminated will draw lots for an extra round to determine the final 2 people who will be eliminated. Enter now. I will count down from 10 and the competition will begin. 10. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of sounds could be heard. The contestants who were originally at the resting area had already shot out like arrows. The assassins from the Assassin Temple were much more mysterious than those from the other temple. Every one of them wore a veil that covered their faces. Some of them even covered their entire heads, revealing only their eyes. Their movements were swift and nimble. That cold voice counted less than 3 times, and the people who had just jumped out were gone, as if they had vanished into thin air. Duck, 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 duck. The quieter the environment, the more attention it would attract when there was a sudden sound. That was the case at this moment. Not all the contestants took action immediately, but there was one exception. His long purple hair was draped quietly behind him, and his lifeless eyes gave off a feeling of desolation. The green bamboo cane tapped lightly on the ground, and its owner walked slowly to the center of the training ground, step by step. Chapter 25. Who was this person? Almost all the assassins who were already hiding in the dark had the same question in their minds. Was she a contestant? But how could an assassin be blind? At this moment, all the assassins suddenly remembered that in the last 2 days of the competition, there were only a total of 47 contestants, not 48, as stated by the cold voice. The first 2 rounds were empty. Could it be 5th stage? But so what if she had the cultivation of 5th stage? As a blind female assassin, how much of an assassin's ability could she display? Thud, thud, thud. Kai silently walked towards the training field. Her movements were not fast, even slower than a normal person's walk. She looked like a walking corpse, and a lifeless coldness had once again appeared in her aura. The cold voice on the rostrum completely ignored Kai's movements, and the countdown continued. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. When the voice began to shout, Kai just happened to walk to the center of the training field. This was almost the center of those pillars, and it was a rather large open space. She was completely exposed to all the assassins in the dark. Silence. The entire training field was in a momentary silence, and none of the assassins rushed to make the first move. Out of the 12 people, the first 4 to be eliminated would enter the additional round. In other words, the 8 who were not eliminated in this round would directly enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, no one would act rashly. However, it did not mean that Kai would not move. She stood there quietly for only 3 seconds, and the thud, thud sound of the green bamboo stick on the ground was heard again. She slowly walked towards a direction, and there happened to be a pillar there, and there was an assassin hiding behind the pillar. Kai's appearance was completely defenseless. From head to toe, her entire body was full of openings. Her pace was so slow, and she completely relied on the green bamboo stick to explore the path. Poof! Finally, the bamboo stick in her hand touched the pillar. Kyer paused. At this moment, the assassin hiding behind the pillar moved. The assassin leapt out from the middle of the pillar. His nimble outfit did not allow him to make any sound as he leapt out. In an instant, he swept over the top of Kyer's head. At the same time, he pointed a lusterless pitch-black dagger at Kyer's shoulder. No killing was allowed in the competition, otherwise his attack would be Kyer's neck. The other assassins who were hiding in the dark did not move. They were all quietly observing. Obviously, everyone wanted to see someone deal with Kyer. He was stabbed. All the assassins could clearly see that the dagger of the assassin in black had pierced Kyer's shoulder. However, at the same time, everyone's pupils shrank, because they saw two Kyers. Kyer, who had been stabbed, stood there motionless, and that pitch-black dagger didn't even have the slightest trace of blood. The other Kyer appeared 2 meters away. Kyer's soft hand, which Long Houchin had held, was holding a quarter of the top of the green bamboo stick. Her palm was only half a foot long, and it seemed to be moving forward gently. The assassin realized something was wrong when he missed. However, he could not go against the laws of nature, and his body had to fall. The back of his neck went numb, and the next moment he lost consciousness. The other assassins only saw a blur, and the two Kyers had become one again. She was right in front of the pillar where she had been stabbed. The lower end of the green bamboo stick swept across, and it seemed to hit the waist of the assassin in black, who was slowly falling to the ground. Suddenly, the assassin in black's body flew out like a rag and directly fell to the side of the arena. Number 18, eliminated. A cold voice sounded from the rostrum. Shadow, doppelganger. All the assassins' heartbeats quickened, and cold sweat seeped out of their hands that were holding the daggers. Shadow doppelganger was a 5th-rank secret technique for assassins, and it was said that it required the most achievement points among all the 5th-rank secret techniques. This seemingly blind girl used Shadow Doppelganger almost perfectly, and it even gave people the illusion that when she turned into 2, no one knew which was the real her. 5th rank, it was really 5th rank, and such a powerful 5th rank. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The sound of the green bamboo stick hitting the ground sounded again. Kyer changed direction and slowly walked forward. Looking at the green bamboo stick in her hand, every participating assassin felt as if they had seen a death warrant. The sound of the green bamboo stick hitting the ground seemed to control their heartbeats. No one dared to look down on this slender and even somewhat skinny blind girl. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of leaping sounds could be heard. The assassins were moving at lightning speed, and no one wanted to become Kyer's next target. However, the arena was only so big, and there were only so many pillars. Naturally, conflicts would occur when the assassins changed their bodies. A series of clanging sounds could be heard as the daggers clashed. The silence was completely destroyed by Kyer. Hearing the clashing of the daggers, Kyer stopped in her tracks. She just stood there silently, completely exposed to all the assassins' line of sight, not moving an inch. However, none of the assassins dared to get close to her. Everyone could see that although she couldn't see, her other senses must be incomparably terrifying. Let's finish earlier, so I can go and wait for him. I wonder if his match today went smoothly. The coldness on Kyer's body slowly disappeared. Knights Templars' trial field. Number 97, number 4, enter the arena. The Knights Templars entered the 6th match, and Long Houchin's number was finally called. However, at this moment, be it Lin, Exon, or Yi Hua, their expressions were extremely ugly. Out of the 4 rank 5 knight, one had already fought. To describe the process of that match, the phrase crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood was enough. The other contestant who faced the rank 5 knight did not stand a chance at all. With just one charge, he was forced to surrender. Number 4, this was the 2nd rank 5 knight to fight today, and his opponent was Long Houchin, who was number 97. In the 3rd round, there were a total of 38 contestants left, and 4 of them were rank 5 knights. In other words, out of the 19 matches, only 4 would face a rank 5 knight. And Long Houchin was undoubtedly one of the unlucky 4. Standing up, Long Houchin revealed a bright smile. and said to Yihua, "Teacher, you taught me that no matter how strong the opponent is, I must not lose confidence." Yihua went into a daze for a moment, then nodded towards Long Haochen. "Go. You are my disciple." At this moment, the eyes of the Azura had a hint of fanaticism. Long Haochen took big steps and walked into the trial field. The knight in the resting area quietened down and focused on the match that was about to begin. Among them was the black-shirted young man who had been provoked by Long Haochen yesterday and had yet to appear in the arena. He looked at Long Haochen calmly and coldly, as if to say, "Only after you pass this round will you be qualified to be my opponent." Long Haochen's opponent was a tall knight who was about 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a slightly curly brown hair. In his right hand, he held a broadsword that was wider than a normal heavy sword, and in his left hand, he held a heavy shield that was square at the top and pointed at the bottom. It was not the round shield that a normal knight used. What was surprising was that this number 4 knight was not wearing any armor, and his face was obviously arrogant, looking at Long Haochen with a scrutinizing gaze. "I heard that you have been using the ready skill to win for the past 2 days. I advise you not to use this kind of trash skill in front of me, or else you will lose very badly," Number 4 knight said with some contempt. Long Haochen said indifferently, "There are no trash skills, only trash people." Number 4 knight narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a sonorous voice, "Very good." Because of the grade 5 knight's appearance, the referee was also changed to a grade 7 temple knight. This referee looked like a middle-aged man, and his body was majestic like a small mountain. He snorted coldly, "Cut the crap, all of you. This is not the place for you to talk. Let the match begin." Just like the previous 2 matches, when the referee announced the start of the match, a golden mist instantly rose around Long Haochen's body. It was still the ready skill. Number 4 knight's eyes flashed coldly, obviously showing a hint of anger. Unlike the other knight, he did not summon his mount as soon as the match began. Instead, he slammed the broadsword in his hand on the shield with a loud bang, and his whole body seemed to slide along the ground, rushing towards Long Haochen. Assault, the grade 5 knight's skill. With the support of powerful spiritual energy, it could burst out faster and more stable than charge. At the same time, a thick layer of golden light also bloomed from the 4th knight's body. This golden light was not like Long Haochen's. Instead, it was completely restrained, like a thin layer of armor covering his body. This was the effect of the spiritual power liquefying. At the same time, this change also appeared on the weapon in his hand. The distance of 30 meters was covered in almost an instant, and the shining broadsword went straight for Long Haochen's head. He was using his actions to tell Long Haochen that ready was useless against him. He did not even bother to summon his mount. Bang! The glorious shield accurately blocked the path of the broadsword. Amidst the loud bang, Long Haochen took a step back, but his body also shone with the light of Light's vengeance, and the Light's sword in his hand instantly slashed out. Although the charging time was not long, with the addition of Light's vengeance, his sword was also full of power. It was just that Long Haochen did not use any skills at this moment. A disdainful sneer appeared on the 4th knight's face. His broadsword had indeed been blocked by Divine Guard. However, just as Long Haochen was about to swing his broadsword at him, he had already activated another skill, Shield Block Charge. The heavy shield in front of him collided with Long Haochen's broadsword brazenly. Boom! A tyrannical explosive force exploded in an instant, and Long Haochen looked as if he had been hit by an elephant. His entire body was sent flying with a muffled groan. This was the difference between rank 4 and rank 5. Although Long Haochen was already a rank 9 Great Knight, against a rank 5 Great Knight with liquid spiritual energy, he had no chance at all in terms of spiritual energy. Assault. Although Knight number 4 was full of arrogance, he did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. His skills were perfectly linked, and at the same time he knocked away Long Haochen, he had already launched another assault. The broadsword in his hand shone with a golden light, and a light slash slashed towards Long Haochen. The light severing sword that Long Haochen displayed with his liquefied spiritual power was simply like an extension of the blade. It was impossible to tell that it was formed from spiritual power, and it directly bombarded the brilliant light shield that Long Houchin had hurriedly placed in front of him. His body was unstable, and he hadn't even landed on the ground yet. It was impossible for Long Houchin to use Divine Guard, and he could only use a holy light shield to support his defense. Boom! The holy light shield shattered, and Long Houchin spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was ruthlessly smashed to the ground, and even the radiant shield was sent flying. Knight number 4 didn't rush to chase, and instead coldly swept his gaze over the resting area, as if to say, "See, this is the strength of a rank 5 great knight." With a sudden flip, Long Houchin stood up from the ground. His chest heaved up and down, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. However, he didn't dare to pick up his radiant shield, and instead stared at Knight number 4 with a vigilant expression. The corner of Knight number 4's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. "I just said, don't use a trash skill like ready in front of me. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is futile. Admit defeat and get out of here." Because of his injuries, Long Houchin's face was clearly a bit pale, but he didn't hesitate to firmly shake his head. However, his body slightly swayed, and he hurriedly stabbed the light sword into the ground to stabilize his body. At the same time, he released a white healing light on his body. Knight number 4's eyes widened. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? I'll fulfill your wish." This time, he didn't even use assault, and just walked towards Long Houchin step by step. The strong golden light shone once again, and the broadsword was directly placed on his shoulder. Every step that he took left an obvious footprint on the ground. Long Houchin held the hilt of the light sword tightly with both of his hands and supported his body. However, his eyes were staring at Knight number 4 without blinking. The determination and persistence in his eyes didn't change at all, even though he was injured. The majestic referee stared at the two of them. The moment Knight number 4 threatened Long Houchin's life, he would immediately take action. In the resting area, Lin Xian had already grabbed onto Yi Hua's arm nervously. "Teacher, quickly stop him. That bastard will kill Long Houchin. Long Houchin is already injured." Yi Hua's hands were already clenched into fists. "Believe in him. He will win." At this time, Knight number 4 had already walked to a distance of 3 meters in front of Long Houchin, and the broadsword in his hand had already been slowly raised. He had deliberately slowed down his movements. What he liked to see the most was the helpless look in his opponent's eyes when they were facing his powerful strength. Unfortunately, he didn't see such a change in expression on Long Houchin's face. From the beginning to the end, there was only determination in Long Houchin's eyes. "It's over." Knight number 4 was obviously very displeased with Long Houchin's persistence. He swung his broadsword horizontally, smashing it straight towards Long Houchin. Due to the rules of the competition, he didn't dare to kill. However, if he swung his sword down, he had absolute confidence that Long Houchin would definitely lose the ability to fight. At this moment, Long Houchin's clear light golden eyes suddenly burst out with a sharpness that was as sharp as a knife. This sharpness had appeared before when he and the black-clothed young man faced each other yesterday. However, this was the first time it had appeared in the competition. A circle of brilliant golden light suddenly rushed out from the ground around Long Houchin's body. It was the Punishment Knight's skill, Rising Spell. The broadsword that was swung horizontally was suddenly hit by the Rising Spell, and its falling speed was immediately slowed down by a beat. Immediately, another layer of light burst out from Long Houchin's body. Holy Light Barrier. He had been preparing these two skills for a long time. From the moment he stood up, he had been preparing. Facing a rank 5 knight with a mount, Long Houchin knew that his chances were very small. Therefore, he could only endure and wait for the right opportunity. Luck was on his side. The proud number 4 did not summon his mount at all. When Long Houchin was in Hao U.S. City, he sparred with Yi Hua, the Sky Knight, every day. How could he not even withstand a round of attacks from a rank 5 knight? He was indeed injured, but that was because he did not use his full strength. It was precisely because he had endured and pretended to be weak that he waited for the opportunity in front of him. With Long Houchen's current strength, it was extremely difficult to defeat a rank 5 knight with a mount. No matter how talented he was, his opponent had trained for at least 5 years more than him. Therefore, he could only use tricks to give himself a chance. Strength was always the key to victory, but it was not the only one. A child could also use tricks to kill an adult. Moreover, the gap between Long Houchen and number 4 was not that huge. Although the Holy Light Barrier was a rank 4 skill of the Guardian Knight, it still could not block a rank 5 liquid spiritual power. However, there was no doubt that the combination of the Rising Formation and the Holy Light Barrier had bought enough time for Long Houchen. The lightsaber stabbed into the ground suddenly rose up, bringing with it an intense golden light. At the same time, Long Houchen's left hand swung out horizontally, and another fiery red light swept out like a waterfall, forming a cross with the golden light of the lightsaber. At this time, the number 4 knight and Long Houchen were very close. He never thought that the seemingly defenseless Long Houchen would suddenly counterattack, and with such ferocity. At this time, it was already too late for him to use any skills, and he could only barely raise his shield to block in front of him. Boom! The light and fire formed a cross and ruthlessly slashed at the shield. The number 4 knight was indeed impressive, worthy of being a rank 5 metahuman. In such a disadvantageous situation, he was only forced back 2 steps by Long Houchen. This was the advantage of liquid spiritual power. However, this was only the beginning. With a cross slash, the number 4 knight's heavy sword lost its effect as he retreated. Long Houchen did not pause after slashing with the 2 swords in his hands, and immediately returned with another slash. However, this time, the 2 swords burst out with a fierce light. A dazzling golden light and another dazzling golden red light. Both swords actually used the glorious Sun Slash, the strongest rank 4 attack skill of the Punishment Knight. Just after blocking the attack, the number 4 knight was still shocked and angry, and Long Houchen's 2 swords slashed back with a fierce light. Boom! This time, the number 4 knight's defense was not so easy. Under the tyrannical bombardment of the glorious Sun Slash, the golden light of a shield in his hand scattered, and at the same time, it sank diagonally, exposing nearly half of his body. At the same time, he also stumbled back, almost falling. Long Houchen did not let up. The fire sword in his left hand pointed forward, bringing with it more than 10 golden red light rays, stabbing straight at the chest of the number 4 knight. The light sword in his right hand did not follow up with the attack, but instead raised high above his head. On the light sword, the incandescent light instantly burst out, but different from the glorious Sun Slash. The light on his light sword did not appear to be scattered, but completely converged on the sword. It looked like the light sword itself had become transparent, and a strong holy aura rose from the light sword. Long Houchen's mouth resounded with a low incantation. At first glance, his light sword looked a bit like the pure white blade, but compared to the pure white blade, the purity of the spiritual power, the density of the holy aura, and the pressure produced by the light sword were much, much stronger. On the rostrum, the holy knight sitting in the middle said in surprise, "Good lad, he actually has such a trump card. So he's not the Guardian Knight at all. No wonder he was only using Ready and Divine Block, but he is actually the Punishment Knight. Good lad, this is the high-level punishment skill, multitasking, and he even learned a rank 5 holy sword." At this moment, the number 4 knight's heart was filled with depression. Long Houchen's sudden attack was beyond his expectations, and more importantly, after Long Houchen's attack, he did not even have a chance to breathe. Rising Formation, Holy Light Shield, Double Glorious Sun Slash, and Lightning Stab. This combination of attacks did not even give him the time to mobilize all of his internal spiritual power, let alone use skills or summon mounts. A moment of carelessness caused him to completely fall into a passive position. He had to completely block Long Houchen's attack and wait for a buffer before he could launch a counterattack. He pulled back his broadsword and did his best to protect his front. A series of clanging sounds exploded in the training field. Long Houchen's lightning stab was extremely fast, and with the advantage of the double glorious sun slash, the number 4 knight could not completely block it in the end. A golden red light swept past the side of his left arm, immediately leaving a charred black mark. A true powerhouse would never allow themselves to show arrogance in battle. However, the 4th knight had clearly violated this rule. Without the protection of his armor, even though he was only grazed by the flaming sword, the searing pain had caused his left arm to become a little stiff. However, until now, the number 4 knight did not think that he would lose. Even if Longhouchen was the punishment knight, he had already used so many skills, so there should be a pause, right? As long as he was given a chance to counterattack, he was still confident that he could defeat Longhouchen with his absolute advantage in cultivation. But at this moment, on the flaming sword that had completed the lightning stab, a dazzling golden red light suddenly burst out. It was still the double glorious sun slash, but this time it was not a slash, but a stab. It did not have the speed of the lightning stab, but the power of the double glorious sun slash. The number 4 knight had to raise his shield again to block. In the roar, he was blasted back another 5 steps. Whether it was the shield or the broadsword, the golden light on both had dimmed. He took a deep breath. In the process of retreating, the number 4 knight's eyes were filled with anger. He completely mobilized the liquid spiritual power in his body. Although retreating was not stable for him, it was also an opportunity. With just a little bit of inner spiritual power, a golden holy light barrier was released. It healed the injury on his left arm and formed a strong defense at the same time. Charge! Longhouchen's body followed the sword. In an instant, only a white light could be seen shooting out in the training field, but his figure was lost. Body and sword as one. This sword was a sword of light, not a sword of fire. The sparkling and translucent pure white lightsaber arrived in an instant, bringing with it a distorted and rippling air. Puff! The holy light shield set up by the rank 5 Guardian Knight could not withstand the stab of this sword of light. With an ear-piercing sound of friction, the sword of light forcibly pierced through the holy light shield. Holy Sword, the powerful rank 5 attack skill of the Punishment Knight. In addition to its tyrannical attack power, this skill also had a special bonus effect on all dark attribute creatures. It could produce double the attack power. The number 4 knight was shocked and hurriedly raised his shield to block. Longhouchen's attacks were too fast. After he used the Holy Light Shield, he only had time to add a Holy Light Infusion Shield on his shield to support his defense. At this moment, a white sword light shot out from the Sword of Light, bombarding the shield of the number 4 knight. Only then did the body of the Sword of Light pierce through. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, the shield in the hands of the number 4 knight was instantly broken into pieces, but he finally shook off the Sword of Light. However, the huge impact caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground on his butt. The fiery red light quietly landed on his shoulder. The scorching temperature stimulated the neck of the number 4 knight. The light sword supported him on the ground, and the fire sword on the side of the number 4 knight's neck. Longhouchen gasped for breath, blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. However, the determination in his eyes did not change at all. It was easy to imagine the burden on his body to use skills at such a high frequency when he was injured. But it was also this series of storm-like attacks that brought him victory. Compared to the peak of the rank 5, it was really a qualitative evolution. Even though Longhouchen used so many powerful skills, and with his talent, he had a skill casting speed that far surpassed the knight of the same rank, as well as the strong perception and tyrannical punishment knight skills. But before he defeated the number 4 knight, he still could not hurt his opponent. I lost. I actually lost. The number 4 knight sat on the ground blankly, his face ashen. As a rank 5 Earth Knight, he did not even make it into the top 10 of the Monster Hunters trials. He could not become a true member of the Monster Hunters. He had reached the age limit. It was impossible for him to participate in the next trials. This defeat instantly eliminated the possibility of him, a proud son of heaven, entering the core of the Knight Temple. When he heard the words, "I lost," Longhouchen had already put away his 2 swords and quietly walked to the side to pick up the glorious shield. Although he won this battle, it was not an easy win. The number 4 knight brought him a lot of pressure. No, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. The number 4 knight jumped up from the ground and looked at Long Houchen with red eyes. I haven't summoned my mount, nor have I put on my armor. I have a set of spirit demon armor. How can you be a match for me? How is this possible? Referee, I don't accept this. I want to compete with him again. The referee looked at him coldly, but was already standing between him and Long Houchen. He said calmly, "You lost." The number 4 knight said excitedly, "I didn't lose. How can I lose to a rank 4 kid?" An old voice came from the direction of the rostrum. There was a hint of anger in the voice. "Let me ask you, what are the 10 rules of a knight?" The number 4 knight was stunned. This was something every knight had to learn since childhood. He said almost subconsciously, humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, fairness, sacrifice, honor, persistence, benevolence, justice. The old voice said in a deep voice, "Then where is your humility and honesty?" Rather than saying that you lost to number 97, it's more accurate to say that you lost to yourself. Not wearing armor, not summoning your mount, it's your own choice. You can't even follow the 2 most basic rules. Your temperament is no longer suitable to be a knight. Someone, throw him out and remove his name from the temple. The number 4 knight's body trembled. His face instantly turned pale. What did it mean to be removed from the temple? It meant that he was no longer a member of the Knights Templars. At the same time, he also knew who the person who spoke was. Even the top 3 powers of the Knights Templars had to be polite to this old man. With a thud, the number 4 knight knelt on the ground and said to the rostrum with a trembling voice, "Lord Holy Knight, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again." The Holy Knight's voice came slowly. To be able to break through to the 5th level before the age of 25, it's obvious that you're very talented. However, you should also know that the most important thing for us Knights Templars is not cultivation, but temperament. As the head of the 6 major temples, any core member of the Monster Hunters, if you don't follow the Knight's rules, it will only bring shame to the Knight's glory. Tell me, what is glory? All the knights stood up and shouted in unison, "Glory is life." The Holy Knight said calmly, "Number 4, you heard it. Glory is life. Can you still have the glory of the Knights Templars?" Knight number 4's body was trembling violently, but he couldn't say a word as he knelt there. He could tell that the Holy Knight was really angry. "Lord Holy Knight." At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but move. The one who spoke was Long Houchen. He clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his left chest, then respectfully gave a knight's salute towards the rostrum. "Speak." The Holy Knight captain's voice was clearly gentler, and he did not hide his fondness for Long Houchen at all. Long Houchen looked at knight number 4 who was kneeling beside him, and said respectfully, "Lord Knight, when I was still very young, my mother once told me that no one is perfect. Number 4 was just mentally unstable because he lost. Arrogance is indeed wrong, but I think it's unfair for him to turn this incident into a turning point in his life. Personality is related to the environment he grew up in, so you can't completely blame him. Please give him another chance. With this lesson, I believe he will correct himself." After hearing Long Houchen's words, knight number 4 raised his head in shock, looking at him with a strange expression. The rostrum suddenly became silent. Everyone was also paying attention to the rostrum. After all, a genius knight like number 4, who broke through to the 5th grade before the age of 25, was rare even among the Knights Templars. After a while, the Holy Knight sighed faintly from the rostrum. "All right, since you're pleading for him, I'll give him a chance. Number 4, listen, if you still want to stay in the Knights Templars, then from now on, you'll be number 97's retainer knight. When the next Monster Hunters trial starts, if you can fulfill your duties as a retainer knight, then I'll allow you to return to the Knights Templars." Number 4 was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. "Thank you, Holy Knight Elder, for giving me a chance." After saying this, he stood up and turned to Long Houchen. After a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, he knelt down on one knee in front of Long Houchin. "Master, Hanyu is at your command. I still don't know your name." Long Houchin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This. He's called Long Houchin." A cold voice came from the resting area. Long Houchin turned his head to look. The one who spoke was Teacher Yihua. Hanyu said respectfully, "In the name of the God of Light, Hanyu is willing to serve Long Houchin as my master for the next 5 years. Master's glory is my glory. If I break this oath, I will be punished by the god." Long Houchin was always calm in battle, but he was still a 14-year-old boy after all. Facing this kind of situation, he immediately panicked. He quickly said, "Quickly get up." As he said this, he helped Hanyu up. Hanyu said respectfully, "Master, I still have some things to take care of at home. I'll go back and take care of them now. Tomorrow, I'll come back here to look for you. For the next 5 years, I swear to follow you until death." After the blow just now, the arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. Although there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes, he thought of the terrible consequences of being expelled from the temple. In the end, he endured the discomfort in his heart, bowed to Long Houchin again, then turned around and left. Although he was arrogant, he had a great ambition in his heart. Once he left the Knights Templars, how would he realize his dream? Although Long Houchin was a bit confused, since Yihua asked him to agree, there must be a reason behind it. After casting a holy barrier on himself, he returned to his room to rest. "Little brother, you're the best." Lin Xian immediately rushed up to him and gave him a big hug. As for the other participants of the Knights Templars, when they looked at Long Houchin again, their faces revealed a bit of wariness. In this kind of one-on-one competition, the Punishment Knight obviously had an advantage over the Guardian Knight, even though Hanyu was defeated because of his arrogance. However, it must not be forgotten that Long Houchin's last series of attacks did not give him any chance at all. How could an ordinary Punishment Knight do that? That instantaneous burst of power, especially the combination of splitting his attention and the holy sword at the end, was the real reason why he won. An attack that even a rank 5 knight couldn't block. Chapter 26. Yihua looked at Long Houchin and snorted, "Smelly brat. This is your trump card, right?" Long Houchin lowered his head. "Teacher." Yihua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say any more. Actually, when Fatty Nailan asked me to teach you, I already knew that you have another inheritance. Otherwise, how could you have that kind of cultivation at such a young age? Your inheritance is from your father, right?" Long Houchin nodded. Yihua patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much. I don't mean to blame you. However, your luck is really not too good. You encountered a rank 5 opponent in this round. Although you won, your trump card was also exposed." Long Houchin looked at the worry revealed in Yihua's eyes, and his heart suddenly warmed up. He moved closer to Yihua's ear and whispered something in an extremely low voice. Yihua's eyes immediately widened, and he looked at him with an astonished expression. Long Houchin nodded towards him. Yihua's ice-cold face revealed a trace of smile that was uglier than crying, and he gave him a thumbs up. "Teacher, what's going on with the Retainer Knight?" Long Houchin asked doubtfully. Yihua said, "This time, you could be considered to have picked up a bargain. A Retainer Knight is like a magician's retainer warrior, but the difference is that a Retainer Knight can be said to be your servant, not your partner. If he makes a vow, then when you encounter danger, he can only die in front of you forever. He is equivalent to a living shield. According to the rules of monster hunters, retainers are originally not allowed to exist, but a Retainer Knight is an exception. If a knight is a disciplined knight, then they are allowed to have a Retainer Knight who practices Guardian. Because for monster hunters, the role of a Guardian Knight is too important. However, almost no knight is willing to be someone else's retainer. So, this time, you can be considered to have picked up a treasure. Your retainer is a grade 5 knight, which will be of great benefit to your future position and survival ability among the monster hunters. Moreover, to be able to cultivate to the 5th tier before the age of 25, I'm afraid his background is not simple. Long Houchin scratched his head and said, "But his cultivation is higher than mine. He might not be convinced." Yihua smiled mysteriously. "You underestimate the oath of a Retainer Knight too much. No matter how proud he is, under the oath, you're his sky, his master. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only think for you and serve you. However, becoming your retainer knight is also beneficial to him. At least he can follow you into monster hunters. Otherwise, he would be eliminated and would never be able to enter monster hunters again. As for 5 years later, I'm afraid he can only look up to your achievements. Teacher, then I'll go back first to heal my injuries and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Long Haochen did not forget the promise he made with Kair. Now that the competition was over, he immediately felt eager to return home. Yihua nodded and said, "Go, but you don't have to be too hasty. You don't have to participate in tomorrow's competition." Long Haochen looked at him in surprise. Lin Exant, who was at the side, laughed and said, "Silly little brother, did you forget about the empty slot? Unless someone can defeat a grade 5 knight today, do you think this empty slot will escape from your hands?" Long Haochen suddenly understood. That's right. Based on my performance in defeating Hanyu, I should be able to get this empty slot. If it was just a competition, perhaps he would not be interested in this empty slot, because he hoped to improve his combat experience and stimulate his potential through continuous combat. However, the situation in the past few days was different. He had already touched the threshold of liquefying spiritual power, and he had figured out the training method of accumulating power as the main skill. Under such circumstances, he needed to meditate more. After leaving the knight's trial field, Long Haochen could not wait to run in the direction where he and Kai Er had agreed. From afar, he could already see Kai Er standing there quietly, like a statue standing on the street. Her outfit did not change at all, and she stood there quietly with the green bamboo cane in her hand on the ground in front of her. The sunlight shone on her body, seemingly making her feel a little more warm and also making her purple hair shine a little more brightly. "Kai Er!" Long Haochen shouted and quickly ran over. Hearing his voice, Kai Er's body moved slightly, but just as Long Haochen was about to get close to her, he clearly felt a strong chill emanating from her body. "Kai Er, what's wrong?" Long Haochen was shocked and quickly stopped. Kai Er's voice had a coldness that Long Haochen had never heard before. "You're injured? Who hurt you?" As she spoke, she raised a hand and naturally grabbed Long Haochen's hand. Long Haochen asked curiously, "How do you know I'm injured?" Kai Er said, "I can hear it. Although I can't see, my hearing is better than ordinary people's. You don't have enough qi in your body. You're obviously injured." At this moment, the chill on her body slightly dissipated, and she also loosened her grip on Long Haochen's hand. Long Haochen laughed and said, "It's nothing. I'm participating in the Alliance's Monster Hunters trials. Today I met a very strong opponent, so I was slightly injured, but it's not a big deal. Anyway, I won. Oh yes, I haven't told you I'm a knight. My performance today was good, so tomorrow's round should be empty, so I'll be in the top 10 in the preliminary round." Kai Er nodded gently. The chill on her body had completely dissipated. "Let's go. I'll send you back." This time, it was Long Haochen who took the initiative to hold her little hand and slowly pulled her towards Kai Er's residence. The two of them walked slowly and once again entered that tranquil atmosphere. Long Haochen walked very slowly, like a child who had just learned to walk. The sun shone on their bodies, and that kind of warm feeling gave birth to a strange feeling in their hearts. Their hearts were somewhat unable to calm down. However, no matter how slow they walked, there would eventually be an end. The moment they stopped, the strange feeling in Long Haochen's heart suddenly turned into reluctance. Holding the warm, soft little hand, he really couldn't bear to let go just like that. "Go back and rest early. I'll wait for you tomorrow," Kai said softly. "Okay, I'll definitely come early. Tomorrow's round is empty, so I can wait for you first," Long Haochen hurriedly promised. What he was most afraid to hear was Kai Er saying that she didn't need him to send her off. Reluctantly letting go of her hand, she said, "Go in. I'll leave after you go in." Kai Er shook her head and said, "I want to listen to your footsteps as you leave, okay?" For some reason, whenever Long Haochen looked at her lifeless eyes, he couldn't say anything to reject her. "Okay, then you have to be careful when you go back. Don't work so hard in the next competition, Kai suddenly said. Long Houchen laughed and said, It's not about working hard, it's about working hard. If I don't work hard to become stronger, how can I protect you? After saying this, he clearly felt his heart beating faster. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to Kai and quickly walked away, quietly listening to his footsteps as he left. Kai's face slightly turned cold. He's injured. Fortunately, it's not serious. A touch of killing intent flashed from her body. The third day of the Monster Hunters preliminaries gradually passed. Because the number of matches was reduced, the matches of the Sixth Great Temple had all ended in the afternoon. Lin Xian's luck was obviously not as bad as Long Houchen's. Facing an opponent who wasn't weak, but whose mount wasn't as good as hers, she once again displayed the strength of Rose and her own advantages as a punishment knight, successfully rushing through the third round. This was already something that Yi Hua couldn't have imagined. Just as they guessed, the other 3 rank 5 knight had all advanced, and Long Houchen had undoubtedly become the empty candidate for the next round. Temple League Knight Chief's office. An old man sat behind the office desk, quietly looking at a stack of documents in his hands. The old man had a head of silver hair. Although he was sitting there, one could see that he was tall and big. His shoulders were especially broad, and his age didn't affect the dignified aura he emitted. This old man was the highest decision-maker of the Temple League's Holy City headquarters for the Knights Templars. In the entire Knights Templars, his position was second only to the 3 Knight of the Seal, the Holy Knight Chief. He was also the person who sat in the center of the main seat at the Knight Trial Field's rostrum. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. The Holy Knight Chief slowly raised his head and said faintly. The door opened, and the person who walked in from the outside was Han Yu, who had a head of short brown hair and a muscular body. However, at this time, there was no longer any pride on his face, only a combination of anxiety, pain, depression, and various other emotions. Seeing that it was him, the Holy Knight Chief's face suddenly darkened, and he casually threw the stack of documents of the top 19 contestants on the table. Bang! Han Yu's fist hit his chest, and he respectfully gave the Holy Knight Chief a knight salute. The Holy Knight Chief only looked at him coldly and did not say a word. Han Yu's forehead was obviously sweating, and he lowered his head, not saying a word. Kneel! The Holy Knight Chief slammed the table, and his beard and hair stood on end. The powerful pressure instantly caused the air in the entire room to slightly distort. With a puff, Han Yu's knees went soft, and he was already kneeling on the ground, his face even paler. In front of the Holy Knight Chief's terrifying pressure, he was like a straw that could break at any time. The Holy Knight Chief slowly stood up and walked out from behind the table. He raised his hand and pointed at Han Yu. Good. You are really good. Aren't you always very proud? Don't you always think that you are the number one of the younger generation? Are you satisfied now? You didn't even pass the preliminary round, and you were beaten by a rank 4 opponent without being able to fight back. You are so heroic. Han Yu lowered his head, and with a sad face, he said, Grandpa, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I made you lose face. Don't call me Grandpa. I don't have a grandson like you. The Holy Knight Chief lifted his leg and kicked Han Yu. Even now, you still don't know where you are wrong. Do you think that I'm angry at you for losing today's match because you embarrassed me? You are wrong. Let me tell you, I am ashamed because Han Q, actually raised a grandson who is not even worthy to be a knight. This shame is something I brought upon myself. This Saint Knight head was seething with anger. Do you think I expelled you from the Knight Temple in the training field out of anger? No, I expelled you because you really don't have the qualifications to become a knight. The first of the 10 rules of a knight is humility. Where is your humility? There is only pride in your heart. Do you think that being able to break through to rank 5 at the age of 22 is already amazing? Do you know? The kid who defeated you today is only 14 years old. 14 years old. Compared to him, you can't even be considered as trash. Hearing the words 14 years old, Han Yu was stunned. No, this is impossible. Han Q looked at his grandson coldly. Impossible? How can the bone age assessment be wrong? I was the one who personally gave the order to suppress the news of his age. Isn't your wish to become a knight of the seal? With your current virtue, even if one day you have that kind of cultivation, you will only be a fallen knight. Arrogant, complacent, and even after losing the match, you still want to act shamelessly. You did not make me lose face, you made the Knights Templars lose face. If it weren't for my brothers holding me back, I would really want to slap you to death. Han Yu's body began to tremble slightly. Since young, although he had put in a lot of effort in training, as a favored son of heaven, he had never encountered any setbacks. Today's defeat was a huge blow to him. Long Haochen's combo shattered all the pride in his heart. He suddenly felt that he was not as strong as he thought he was. Han Q said coldly, "You only have two choices now. First, let me cripple your spiritual power and kick you out of Knights Templars. You are my grandson after all. I will give you a sum of money and let you live a wealthy life. If you choose this option, I will personally ask Long Haochen to release you from the oath. As for the second option, you know it." Han Yu's body trembled as he slowly raised his head. "Grandpa, is he really only 14 years old?" The anger on Han Q's face seemed to have calmed down a little, and he nodded his head firmly. From the past 3 days of competition, this child Long Haochen has a persevering, kind, persistent, and brave personality. From him, I seem to see the glory of a knight. If you follow him, you need to learn his attitude as a knight. Don't think that being a retainer knight is shameful. As long as he doesn't die, in the future, he will definitely shock the entire alliance, and even the demons of a generation. Following him, under his spur, will only be good for you to improve. Otherwise, after 5 years, you won't be able to see his back anymore. Han Yu knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times to Han Q. "Grandpa, in 5 years, I will definitely make you look at me in a different light." After saying this, he stood up and once again gave a knight's salute to Han Q, turned around, and strode away. Looking at his departing figure, the anger on Han Q's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a faint smile. "Long Haochen, I really should thank you. In fact, I've long discovered this problem with this kid Han Yu, but I haven't found a good opportunity to give him a heavy blow. Although this child you heir is easily arrogant, he has a temperament that doesn't admit defeat and will only become braver the more he suffers. Being together with Long Haochen will only be good for his future. Perhaps they can really achieve God's seal together. I just don't know where Long Haochen's inheritance came from. The Retribution Knight skill can even skip a rank to learn a rank 5 holy sword. His surname is Long. Could he be?" Thinking of this, Han Q's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. He let Han Yu follow Long Haochen for a reason. First, Han Yu lost the competition and lost the qualification to enter the Monster Hunters, which can be said to be the heaviest blow to his future growth. And after becoming Long Haochen's retainer knight, although his reputation is not good, he can still participate in the Monster Hunters. Secondly, Han Q thinks very highly of Long Haochen. With Han Yu protecting him, it will greatly increase Long Haochen's chances of survival when carrying out the Monster Hunters mission. At the same time, Han Yu and Long Haochen have been together for 5 years, and it is not difficult to establish a friendship. If Long Haochen achieves God's seal in the future, it will also be very good for this grandson of his. His deep and astute schemes are not something that Yi Hua can completely guess. Of course, if it wasn't because of Han Yu's serious arrogance, Han Q would not be willing to let this talented grandson of his become someone else's retainer. The 3rd day of the preliminary stage of the Monster Hunters trials has ended, and it has already entered the final stage. Among them, the Assassin Temple, the Soul Temple, and the Temple of the Priests have already decided on the top 10. Next, the most important thing is the fight for the ranking. Because there is no one on the 4th day of the competition, Long Haochen did not go to the trial field at all. Late in the morning, he came to the place where he meets Kai Er every day and silently waited. The trial field of the assassin. There are only the last 10 people left in the resting area, but the gazes of 9 of them all fall on the same person. Kai Er sits there quietly, but her lifeless eyes clearly bring a lot of pressure to the other 9 participants. looking at the green bamboo staff in her hand that seems to be harmless to humans and animals. Almost all of the other participants are secretly praying that they will not encounter her. 5th rank assassin, secret technique, shadow clone. Among this year's participants, the only 5th rank assassin from the Assassin Temple. Just as everyone is watching her, Kai Air, who exudes a cold aura, slowly stands up from the first row, slightly bows in the direction of the rostrum, and uses her unique cold voice to say, "I forfeit the remaining matches of the preliminary stage." After saying this, under the dumbfounded gazes of the other 9 participants, she tapped the ground with her green bamboo staff and walked out of the holy temple of assassins amidst the sounds of talk, talk, talk. Standing on the street waiting for Kai Air, Long Houchin, for the first time, has the time to calm down and admire the largest city in the Alliance. Most of the buildings on both sides of the street are high-rise buildings, and most of them are embossed with reliefs, showing the ancient charm of the city. Yesterday's injury has completely healed. It was not too serious to begin with, and with Long Houchin using the Guardian Knight skill to heal himself, he has fully recovered. The battle with the 5th rank knight also gave him a deeper understanding of his own abilities. After a day and a night of training, his spiritual energy has increased by a lot. Especially after training with the ready skill, he has a deeper understanding of liquid spiritual energy. Long Houchin is confident that if he continues to train like this, he will have a chance to break through the 5th rank in 10 days. Dad said that when I reach the 7th rank temple knight level, I will have the qualifications to find him and Mom. Knock, knock, knock. A unique and familiar sound pulls Long Houchin back from his thoughts. Kai Air. Looking at Kai Air, who is slowly walking over, a burst of joy from the bottom of his heart. Long Houchin runs over and holds her small hand. Kai Air smiles and says, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Long Houchin shakes his head. "No, I just got here." "Do you wait for me so early, every day?" Kai Air shakes her head. "Not really. I don't know the exact time I come back every day. But in the next few days, I will come back a little earlier." Holding her soft little hand, Long Houchin's heart is warm. But this kind of warmth is different from when he is with his parents. He doesn't know what Kai Air gave up in order to not let him wait too long. Hand in hand, with that hazy, purest feeling, their figures gradually disappear under the sun. "Kai Air, how long can you stay in the holy city?" Long Houchin finally musters up the courage to ask when they are about to part. Kai Air is silent for a moment. "Why do you ask this?" Long Houchin's heart suddenly tightens, a little embarrassed. I just want to know how many days before I can send you back." Kai Air falls into silence again. The two of them stand face to face. Long Houchin's hands are sweating. Feeling the wetness of his palms, Kai Air whispers, "I'm just a blind girl. Is it really that important to send me back?" Long Houchin is stunned for a moment, but honestly says, I don't know. Kai Air is also stunned. Although girls are more open to feelings than boys, her life experience is more simple than Long Houchin's. "Don't you dislike me?" Kai Air says with her head lowered. Long Houchin's heart is suddenly filled with pity, holding her hand in front of him. "Why would I dislike you?" He doesn't know why. At this moment, his heart is filled with a feeling of apprehension. He only feels that if he doesn't give a good answer, he may never see the girl in front of him again. "Kai Air, actually, I am very ugly. I am so ugly myself. What right do I have to dislike you?" Long Houchin says in a panic. Kai Air is stunned. "Very ugly?" "Yes, very ugly." Long Houchin hurriedly affirms. Kai Air smiles. Although he can't see her face through the veil, but Long Houchin subconsciously feels that her smile is very beautiful, very beautiful. "Then if I asked you to hold my hand forever, would you be willing?" Kai Air's voice is very soft, but it is close to a whisper. When she said this, her exposed, slender white neck was already red with embarrassment. "I would." Long Houchin's mood at this time is in a strange state, almost blurting out without hesitation. This time it is Kai Air's turn to be a little flustered. She pulls her hand out of Long Houchin's. I will go back first." Long Houchin hurriedly says, Then tomorrow, I will send you back." "Yes." Gently nodding, the frequency of the green bamboo stick on the ground at least doubled than usual, Kair runs back to the hotel, as if escaping. His words keep echoing in her heart. He actually said that I am ugly? My beautiful face that is like a girl's is ugly? She has never felt a warmth quietly flowing in her heart. How can she not understand that he is trying to comfort her? Hee hee. Long Houchin can't help but laugh. Although he is still young and doesn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman, his perception is much more sensitive than ordinary people. He can clearly feel that Kai Air's attitude towards him seems to have changed a little, a good change. With a happy mood, Long Houchin returns to the hotel, but before he calms down and starts a practice, there is an urgent knock on the door. Houchin, Houchin. Lin Xin calls excitedly. Long Houchin is startled. He hurriedly goes to open the door. Lin Xin looks a little embarrassed. At least 3 parts of her armor are broken. Her hair is messy, and there is a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. But her mood is obviously in a state of excitement. As soon as she sees Long Houchin, she immediately hugs him and excitedly says, I won, I won. Houchin, I am also in the top 10. Both of us can join the monster hunters. Long Houchin suddenly realizes he is also overjoyed. Sister, you won? You are really great. Congratulations. Lin Xin says proudly. Yes. My luck is so good. I still haven't met a 5th-order opponent today. Haha, I'm amazing, right? Although it was a narrow victory, it was still a victory. Dad'll be proud of me. Lin Xion's cultivation was not outstanding among the participating knight. In fact, she could even be ranked at the bottom. However, she had trained in the punishment knight. Coupled with the timely advancement of a rose unicorn and her good luck, she was able to defeat the knight. He actually broke through the crowd and passed the preliminary round together with Long Houchin. Lin Xion smiled and said, Unfortunately, we are both knight. I can't be with a monster hunter like you. Otherwise, it would be even more perfect. Long Houchin chuckled and said, It doesn't matter. You will always be my sister. Tonight is indeed worth celebrating. I'll treat you guys to a good meal. Yi Hua's gentle voice sounded, and he walked in from outside the door. He was in a really good mood. It was his goal to have Long Houchin enter the top 10, but he didn't expect that even Lin Xin could enter the top 10 as well. For the Hao U.S. City Knight Branch Temple, this was a great honor. There are also a lot of people who were excited. Other than the Warrior Temple, the other 5 temples had all decided on the top 10. Lin Xin was happily drinking red wine in the luxurious hotel room he was staying in. Feeling the rich fruit fragrance and the gentle sourness, he felt like he was on cloud 9. His magical control of magic power yesterday had shocked all the participating mages. There were a total of 16 magicians who entered the 4th round of the competition today. Therefore, today, the main competition and the additional competition were held to determine the top 10. The first round was to determine the top 6. The opponent who drew Lin Xion's opponent admitted defeat without hesitation. After all, there was still a chance to enter the top 10 in the additional competition. Who would be willing to fight with a guy who had such powerful control of magic? Therefore, Lin Xion entered the top 6 without any bloodshed. He obtained the qualification to participate in the finals and became a reserve member of the Monster Hunters. There was also a bald man who was equally excited. Because of his appearance, the Temple of the Priests preliminary competition was a little chaotic. They were anxious to make new rules, but after all, the competition had already begun. There was no way to change it. Therefore, a certain bald man broke through with his tyrannical and violent performance. Not only did he enter the top 10, but because the Temple of the Priests didn't have many participants, he had already entered the top 3. Moreover, judging from the current situation, no one could compete with him for the first priest position. On the 5th day of the preliminary competition, the atmosphere in the Sanctuary Alliance's Great Trial Field had become a lot more relaxed. Among the 6 major temples, except for the Warrior Temple, the top 10 had been decided. Next was only the ranking competition. The ranking of the temple preliminary competition was more of an honor for the participants. Although a high ranking would also receive some rewards, most of them were in terms of money. The top 3 would only receive a piece of magical equipment. This was a way for the Temple League to encourage monster hunters to complete missions. If the competition rewards were too high, wouldn't they slack off when completing missions in the future? The resting area of the night trial field seemed a little deserted. There were only 10 participants left. Including their teachers, there were less than 20 people. The biggest winner of this Monster Hunters preliminary competition was not the main cities, but the unknown Hau'ua city. A small Hau'ua branch temple actually had 2 outstanding young knight enter the top 10. This had never happened before, and it was also a great honor for the Knight Branch Temple of Hau'ua City. Therefore, even with Yi Hua's cold personality, his expression today was much better than usual. Both of you don't have to worry too much about the ranking competition. The finals after that are more practical. It's more important to preserve your strength. Lin Xian listened to Yi Hua's words and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, her beautiful face that was full of heroic spirit revealed a silly smile from time to time. Being able to enter the top 10 and become a member of the Monster Hunters was already her biggest reward. It meant that she had the possibility of becoming a high-ranking member of the Knights Templars in the future, and it also meant that she could reach a higher level in the world of Night. She didn't even think about getting any more rankings. However, Long Haochen was silent. He looked at his teacher and thought for a while, then said, "Teacher, if I can meet that person, I hope to fight him to my heart's content." Yi Hua asked doubtfully, "Is there really a need for that?" Long Haochen nodded without hesitation and said, "Teacher, a battle with a strong opponent can better stimulate my potential. The battle with Han Yu the other day helped me a lot." Yi Hua thought for a while and said, "All right, since you have decided, I won't stop you, but you have to do what you can. In the finals later on, you still have the chance to fight against strong opponents of other professions." Okay, Long Haochen agreed. He didn't tell Yi Hua that his cultivation was gradually approaching the 5th rank. At this time, what he needed the most was to stimulate his potential through battles and also to stimulate his inspiration through continuous battles, thereby breaking through the bottleneck. Long Xingwu was the strongest punishment knight in the world. Although he had only taught Long Haochen for a short period of 2 years, he had passed on almost all of his cultivation experience to Long Haochen. The most important point was that whenever he encountered a bottleneck, challenging an opponent that was stronger than him would be the best opportunity for him to break through. Long Haochen also firmly remembered his father's words in his heart, and he had tested them in actual combat. Every time he faced a strong opponent, the speed of his spiritual power cultivation would obviously increase, and his ability to use and control his skills would also evolve. Moreover, continuously challenging strong opponents would also make his mind more resolute. At this time, the drawing of lots had already begun. Long Haochen's gaze directly fell on the 3 5th rank knights in the first row. He slowly took a deep breath, his gaze was firm, and his heart was like a boulder as he sat there quietly. Everyone else was praying that they wouldn't encounter a 5th rank opponent, but he really hoped that he would be able to fight against such a strong opponent. Number 1, number 97. In the air, 2 huge numbers gradually became clear. The moment these numbers appeared, Long Haochen's eyes shone brightly, and he stood up with a swoosh. His originally gentle gaze almost instantly became fierce. A single-digit number, without a doubt, he will be facing another 5th rank expert. Those who were able to remain here were all people with strong willpower, but at this time, the few 4th rank knights looked at Long Haochen with a slightly strange gaze. Facing 2 5th rank opponents in a row, his luck was really 2. In the first row, a young man slowly stood up, slowly turned around, and looked at Long Haochen. This participant number 1, wasn't it the black-clothed young man who was provoked by Long Haochen that day? Also, among all the participants, he was the one who made Long Haochen feel the most threatened. Both of their gazes collided in the air, and their gazes became focused at the same time. After the number 1 knight made a pleased gesture to Long Haochen, he took large strides into the training ground, and a fierce spiritual power fluctuation rose and exploded as he walked into the training ground. At this time, Yi Hua didn't remind Long Haochen anything. He definitely wouldn't let his own emotions affect Long Haochen. From Long Haochen, for the first time, he saw a monstrous fighting spirit. Even when he was facing against Han Yu, He didn't have such a strong fighting spirit. In the corner of the training ground, Hanyu stood there quietly. He came early in the morning, and no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he couldn't change his future path for the next 5 years. At this time, he hoped that Long Haochen would be able to defeat all of his opponents. And at the same time, he wanted to see how talented this 14-year-old knight that his grandfather talked about was. Slowly walking into the training ground, although Long Haochen's body wasn't strong, his footsteps were extremely heavy, and with every step he took, his aura would rise a little bit. His gaze was like a knife, staring at the black-clothed young man who was already standing in the middle of the training ground and looking at him with a burning gaze. "Do you have a mount?" The black-clothed young man quietly asked. Long Haochen shook his head, didn't hide anything, and said honestly, "Not at the moment." The black-clothed young man nodded and said, "Okay, then I won't summon a mount, and we'll have a fair fight with you." The same behavior, coming from the mouth of the black-clothed young man, didn't make Long Haochen feel proud, but confidence. Chapter 27. The first time Long Haochen saw the black-robed youth, he could sense his strength. Even after the appearance of 3 more rank 5 knight, including Hanyu, his judgment did not change. This was a kind of intuition towards danger. When the black-robed youth told Long Haochen that he would not summon his mount, the confidence he exuded was not something a proud person could possess. His deep eyes stared at Long Haochen. From his eyes, Long Haochen could not see any emotions. As they faced each other, Long Haochen's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Although he was only 14 years old, and his figure could not be compared to the black-robed youth who was clearly over 20 years old, his aura was not inferior at all. There was a world of difference between the two of them at this moment. Long Haochen was like an incomparably sharp sword, showing off its edge. The rising fighting spirit made him like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The black-robed youth was as calm as hell, deep like a bottomless abyss, devouring Long Haochen's fighting spirit. Coincidentally, the referee was still the same one who was in charge of the match between Long Haochen and Hanyu. He shouted in a deep voice, "The match begins. My name is Yang Wenjiao. Perhaps, in the near future, you will become a very good opponent for me." A smile appeared on the black-robed youth's face, and his aura suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, he was still deep and calm, but now, he was so fleeting that Long Haochen could not catch him. "My name is Long Haochen, and now, I am also your opponent," Long Haochen said in a deep voice. "Before you defeat me, the outcome of the match is still unknown. You can also summon your mount, that is your right." Yang Wenjiao shook his head indifferently. "Let's begin." As he spoke, his hands suddenly opened on both sides of his body, and 2 golden rays shot out from his hands, turning into 2 identical golden swords. Without a doubt, he also had a storage-type magical equipment on him. Discipline Knight. Long Haochen's pupils contracted slightly. His eyes flickered with a divine light. He also separated his hands, and the light sword and fire sword instantly appeared in his hands. That's right, this was a duel between the Punishment Knight. When the dense spiritual energy suddenly erupted, Long Haochen and Yang Wenjiao moved at the same time. Long Haochen charged at Yang Wenjiao like an arrow. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack since he joined the Monster Hunter's trial. Faith Aura, Guardian's Grace, and True Shot Aura. 3 buffs from the Guardian Knight instantly appeared. Long Haochen, who was in the form of a Punishment Knight, was the first to use a Guardian Knight skill. The reason why very few people chose to dual cultivate protection and punishment was because there were too many skills for both. Using any skill required the support of spiritual energy. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the skill, the more spiritual energy consumption. Practicing both protection and punishment at the same time would inevitably lead to excessive spiritual energy consumption when continuously using various skills. Moreover, it was very likely that the 2 skills would not be able to be practiced to perfection. However, Long Haochen was an exception. His innate internal spiritual energy was an unprecedented 97 points. This terrifying innate internal spiritual energy caused him to consume much less spiritual energy than other knights when using skills. Not only that, It was also much easier for him to understand all the light attribute skills compared to others. In the past 5 years, Long Haochen had studied under Long Xingwu and Yihua. Behind his outstanding talent, he had also put in a lot of effort. In the entire Haoyue Palace, it was impossible to find a knight who was more diligent than Long Haochen. Success required 99% of hard work and 1% of talent. The 1% of talent was the most important, but without hard work, one would not be able to achieve anything. However, Long Haochen had both. The lightsaber and the fire sword had turned completely white, pure white blades. According to the rules of the competition, before the battle began, the distance between the two parties was 30 meters. In other words, during the process of the 30-meter charge, Long Haochen used 4 skills in a row. Although these 4 skills did not consume a lot of spiritual energy, they added up to more than 150 points. Of course, this was for a normal knight. The key was the speed at which he used his skills and the connection between them. The Punishment Knight and the Guardian Knight skills were used interchangeably without any delay. Not only were the other 8 contestants focused on the battle, but even the big shots of the Knights Templars on the rostrum were staring at the battle without blinking. Just when Long Haochen was about 3 meters away from Yang Wenjiao made his move. He took a big step forward with his left foot, and his whole body moved forward with this step. The greatsword in his left hand was still by his side, but the greatsword in his right hand was raised diagonally upwards. As soon as he made his move, Yang Wenjiao displayed his powerful strength. He did not use any skills, but the blade of his sword spewed out a golden light that was 2 feet long, as if the greatsword had suddenly increased in length. Because the movement was upward, the sword ray swept across the ground first, leaving a long gully in its wake. Stop! Long Haochen, who was in the midst of charging forward, suddenly stopped. It was as if his entire body had collided with a wall. His right foot landed heavily on the ground, and he fell to the side as if he had lost his balance. Meanwhile, the flaming sword in his left hand struck the ground fiercely, propelling his body to complete a horizontal roll in the air. It was just enough to avoid Yang Wenjiao's attack. The lightsaber stabbed forward, and the lunging stab skill went straight for Yang Wenjiao's chest with an unstoppable momentum. That's right, against an opponent whose spiritual energy was far superior to his, Long Haochen did not choose to fight head-on, but chose to use a skill. Good, Yang Wenjiao shouted. He did not think that Long Haochen could use such a difficult skill to attack him. He also raised the sword in his left hand, and, at the same time, kicked his right foot with his left foot, unexpectedly ending the sliding step prematurely. His whole body instantly stopped even more abruptly than Long Haochen's. Ding! Long Haochen's lightsaber collided with the greatsword in Yang Wenjiao's left hand in the air, but Yang Wenjiao was surprised to find that Long Haochen's sword actually did not have much strength behind it. After being raised by the greatsword in his left hand, Long Haochen's whole body borrowed the momentum, and his body spun at an even faster speed. Both swords were raised at the same time, and he slashed at Yang Wenjiao. Yang Wenjiao did not move, nor did he try to dodge. The greatsword in his hands made a small, vibrating motion in the air. A series of clanging sounds exploded in the air. In a short span of a breath, who knew how many times Long Haochen's attack had collided with Yang Wenjiao's? Long Haochen's 2 swords were like a huge meat grinder. More importantly, he actually kept borrowing momentum during the collision, using Yang Wenjiao's defense to increase the speed of his own spin. Thus, the frequency of his attacks increased. Gradually, only a layer of golden light could be seen spreading from Long Haochen's body as he spun, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Wenjiao's face also revealed a trace of surprise. The frequency of vibration on both swords could only continuously increase along with Long Haochen's attacks. However, Long Haochen's attacks became more and more fierce, as if there was no end to them. In this short period of time, he did not know how many swords he had blocked. He was tricked. This was Yang Wenjiao's first reaction. He immediately understood that Long Haochen was going all out with this attack from the start, and there was no probing at all. For the sake of safety, he actually let Yishuan take the initiative. On the rostrum, the Saint Knight muttered. This is the battle-killing revolving sword. It really is his inheritance. Unfortunately, his battle-killing revolving sword is still far from being practiced to perfection. Without enough spiritual power, he can't display this self-created punishment-killing skill. Puff! Yang Wenjiao's left hand suddenly stabbed the sword into the ground, and his right wrist instantly shook. A layer of golden sword light burst out from his right hand, forcibly blocking Long Haochen's attack. At the same time, a circle of intense golden light burst out from the ground and fiercely struck Long Haochen's battle-killing revolving sword. It was the Rising Sky Matrix. The Rising Sky Matrix could not shake off Long Haochen. With the use of the battle-killing revolving sword, Long Haochen's battle intent that had been raised to the extreme continued to erupt, and his condition had reached its peak. Under the rapid rotation, the two swords formed a terrifying vortex around his body with a strong spiritual energy. Even if Yang Wenjiao had liquid spiritual energy, a mere Rising Sky Matrix could not stop Long Haochen. However, liquid spiritual energy was liquid spiritual energy, and Long Haochen's rapid rotation inevitably slowed down. Immediately afterward, the sword in Yang Wenjiao's left hand that was stabbed into the ground instantly rose up. The liquid spiritual energy around his body rapidly vibrated at a strange frequency and unexpectedly burst out with a long roar like that of a dragon. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the spectators, Yang Wenjiao turned into a golden dragon and soared into the sky, colliding with Long Haochen's battle-killing revolving sword. Rising Dragon Strike, the Punishment Knight's most powerful rank 5 attack skill. In the face of the pressure brought by the battle-killing revolving sword, Yang Wenjiao had to use a powerful skill to reverse the situation. Boom! The golden dragon turned into a ball of golden light and flew out. It was Yang Wenjiao. When his feet landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. On the other side, Long Haochen's rapidly rotating body suddenly stopped. He flipped a few times in the air, and when he landed, he staggered 7 or 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. From the changes in the aura of the two, it was obvious that Long Haochen had consumed more energy. Although his battle-killing revolving sword was strong, it also consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, Yang Wenjiao's liquid spiritual energy was tyrannical. However, what surprised Yang Wenjiao was that just as his feet stabilized, Long Haochen swung his 2 swords on both sides of his body, and a golden mist instantly rose. Ready! What a strong will to fight. Even Yang Wenjiao felt the blood in his body churn. He naturally understood that Long Haochen's situation was not better than his, but in this situation, Long Haochen still chose to immediately use his skill. Over the past few days, Long Haochen had been relying on accumulating power to improve his cultivation and to comprehend the mystery of liquid spiritual power. As he continued to deepen his understanding of this skill, his speed of accumulating power had also increased significantly. Sudden attack. Yang Wenjiao's choice was the same as that of Han Yu that day. When he saw ready, he immediately launched a sudden attack without hesitation. His movements were faster and more decisive than Han Yu's. His 2 swords dragged by his side, and his whole body was covered in a thick golden light as he rushed towards Long Haochen. As his body rushed forward, the golden light became stronger and stronger. The rich liquid spiritual energy made the golden light around his body a bit more viscous. Long Haochen stood there quietly without moving. Looking at Yang Wenjiao's ferocious charge, his expression did not change at all. Sudden stab. Yang Wenjiao chose a simple skill. His goal was only to first interrupt Long Haochen's ready. From the previous battle-killing revolving sword, he could tell that Long Haochen must have a lot of secret skills on him. Even Yang Wenjiao was jealous of a skill like battle-killing revolving sword. This was not an ability recorded in the Temple League. It must be his self-created skill of a powerful knight. Dang! Raising his fire sword, Divine Guard, Long Haochen only made his move when the sudden stab was only half a foot away from him. As the sword in his left hand blocked the opponent's attack, the light sword in his right hand slashed out. All the spectators could clearly see that when Long Haochin swung the lightsaber in his right hand, a flash of golden light abruptly intensified in just a second. Finally, it transformed into a dazzling golden ball of light. It was the glorious sun slash. Accumulating power was not completely useless. Even if the accumulating time was very short, there would still be a certain increase in spiritual power. Long Haochin's glorious sun slash actually gave people a feeling of moderation. The glaring sunlight also seemed to have softened a lot. The golden color at the core of the glorious sun slash even showed signs of solidifying. Bang! Yang Wenjiao raised the sword in his left hand and used a simple pure white blade to block Long Haochin's glorious sun slash. However, his heart was filled with shock, because from this glorious sun slash, he could clearly see that Long Haochin had already touched the threshold of liquid spiritual energy. In fact, from the start of the battle, Yang Wenjiao had not used his full strength. He wanted to see what kind of cultivation this young man, who looked much younger than him, had achieved after defeating Hanyu. In particular, Long Haochin had changed from a guardian knight to a punishment knight, which greatly aroused his interest. He had absolute confidence that he could defeat Long Haochin, so his attacks were not fierce and were mainly probing. However, the more he probed, the more shocked he became. He had used his full strength in that strike just now. Otherwise, even with his cultivation, the ordinary pure white blade wouldn't have been able to win against the glorious sun slash. Pooh! Long Haochin took a step back, but Yang Wenjiao didn't move. However, the second ball of intense sunlight had already lit up. It was still glorious sun slash. At this moment, Long Haochin, who had a rather delicate figure, actually revealed a heroic expression on his face. Following closely behind the light sword, he activated the Divine Guard, and the fire sword slashed out with a glorious sun slash. What a fast combination. It must be known that glorious sun slash was the most tyrannical rank 4 skill. Boom! This time, Yang Wenjiao didn't dare to be careless. He raised both his swords and blocked Long Haochin's attack. But this time, Long Haochin didn't retreat. His feet seemed slow, but there was a special rhythm to it. Long Haochin's light sword and fire sword danced. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding spectators, Long Haochin's figure moved continuously and sent 18 glorious sun slashes at Yang Wenjiao. Every attack was powerful and heavy. More importantly, with every attack, Long Haochin's aura would increase. That powerful aura, which was filled with the confidence of victory, actually suppressed Yang Wenjiao to the point where he felt like he couldn't use his full strength. But Yang Wenjiao was indeed powerful. He stood in place, the swords in his hands flying, and blocked Long Haochin's 18 glorious sun slashes without taking a step back. Awesome! Long Haochin shouted. As he shouted, his body rapidly retreated. This was because when Yang Wenjiao blocked his last attack, he used Divine Block. The golden light of Light's vengeance was transferred to his two-handed swords, and he crossed them in front of the retreating Long Haochin. Long Haochin, who was retreating, suddenly stopped and crossed his swords in front of him, Divine Block. Amidst the roar, Long Haochin's feet on the ground moved 3 feet back, and only then did he completely dispel his opponent's attack. He instantly raised the light sword in his right hand, and a strong holy aura appeared along with the white light. Sacred Sword. The Sacred Sword skill itself needed to be charged. At least, with Long Haochin's current cultivation, he needed to prepare for several seconds before he could use this skill. This time, he used Divine Block to block his opponent's attack, and then directly converted Light's Vengeance into a Sacred Sword skill. Just from this instantaneous transformation, one could see how astonishing his inheritance was. This technique was also not recorded in Knights Templars. Good. Yang Wenjiao suddenly smiled. He did not take advantage of the fact that Long Haochin could only block with one sword to attack. Instead, he stretched out his arms, and the same holy aura was released from his body. The difference was that both of his broadswords were shining with a dazzling holy light. Obviously, he wanted to use dual sacred swords to fight against Long Haochin's single sacred sword. Long Haochin snorted coldly, completely ignoring Yang Wenjiao. He slowly raised his head and looked at the light sword that was shining with holy light. A strange red flashed in his eyes. With his perception, how could he not feel that Yang Wenjiao was not fighting with all his strength? For Long Haochen, this was even more unacceptable than defeat. On the rostrum, the first person to notice that something was wrong was Holy Knight Long Han Q. He suddenly stood up and said with a surprised expression, "This little guy really dares to use everything. He even knows the rank 7 Temple Knight's sacrifice skill. Is Xingyu crazy? Is he not afraid of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm?" From Long Haochen's performance these days, he had clearly guessed where his inheritance came from. Sacrifice, protection, and punishment were all skills that a knight could learn. The rank 7 Temple Knight's secret technique. Of course, Han Q did not know that Long Haochen's innate internal spiritual energy was 97. Why would Long Xingwu harm his son? After careful consideration, he cast a seal on the inheritance ring. Yang Wenjiao was a real rank 5 knight. Naturally, it was much easier for him to use the holy sword than Long Haochen. He was the closest to Long Haochen. When Han Q exclaimed on the rostrum, he also noticed that something was wrong with Long Haochen. What was he doing? Yang Wenjiao's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to wait any longer. He could faintly feel the presence of danger. Suddenly, Yang Wenjiao's speed increased by 30%. When he sensed danger, he didn't hesitate to use his full strength. He made a prompt decision. Dual swords, Holy Radiance Cross Slash. In the process of the attack, Yang Wenjiao swung both swords at the same time. The cross slash from the Holy Sword was Holy Radiance Cross Slash. This could be considered a combination skill. Long Haochen had once used the Holy Sword to break through the rank 5 knight Han Yu's defense. One could only imagine the power of the Holy Radiance Cross Slash from the dual swords. A milky white cross-shaped blade of light filled with an incomparable holy aura headed straight for Long Haochen. Wherever it passed, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. This was the power of a skill that was on the verge of rank 6. At this moment, a boundless golden red light filled with sorrow, despair, and sharpness erupted from Long Haochen's body. This golden red light was definitely not a fusion of light and fire. At this moment, Long Haochen was like a knight facing countless powerful enemies. His allies had all died, and he was alone and helpless. The conviction to die ignited the purest fighting spirit and blood in his body. The golden red light was filled with the element of madness. Fire sword horizontally blocked. Divine block. The sharp golden red light instantly turned the divine block into a hole. It was as if a golden red barrier had covered Long Haochen's body. One must know that the divine block was better at blocking physical attacks. It was difficult to fully defend against energy attacks. However, right now, Shifeng was able to do it. Boom! The golden red light shone even brighter. Long Haochen blocked the Holy Radiance Cross Slash without taking a step back. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a step forward, and like a huge ball of golden light, he charged straight at Yang Wenjiao. The light sword in his right hand slashed downwards. It was the blood-colored holy sword. Yang Wenjiao did not expect his Holy Radiance Cross Slash to be neutralized just like that. At the same time, he recognized the skill that Long Haochen was using. Sacrifice? He could actually use sacrifice. He actually dared to use sacrifice. Was he not afraid of dying from exhaustion? Sacrifice was a skill that the knight could use to put his life on the line. Sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. Sacrifice himself to die with the enemy. In order to use this skill, one must first be prepared to die. One must understand the sacrifice of the knight's 10 great rules in order to learn it. Once used, one's blood and spiritual energy would instantly fuse as one, exploding with strength that far exceeded one's original cultivation. However, the duration was very short. If one was not careful, one's blood would dry up and he would die. At the very least, one's vitality would be greatly damaged. From Yang Wenjiao's point of view, this was just a competition. Long Haochen actually used sacrifice. Why? For the knight's glory. When Long Haochen felt that Yang Wenjiao was not using his full strength, the stubbornness in his heart, the desire for victory, and the humiliation of being looked down upon made him use this skill that he had never comprehended before. Kung, Yang Wenjiao also used Divine Block to block the blood-colored holy sword, but his body was forced to retreat 5 steps. He could clearly feel that within the blood-colored holy sword, there was a kind of terrifying will that he could not understand. In terms of spiritual energy, even after using sacrifice, Long Haochen was at most on par with him. However, this terrifying will made Yang Wenjiao feel as if his cultivation was being suppressed. At this moment, a milky white light shone on Long Haochen's chest. Immediately after, a red light flashed in his eyes, and the same red light appeared on Yang Wenjiao's body. The knight's common skill lock. A rank 6 skill. Saint's spiritual stove. On the platform, Han Q sucked in a breath of cold air. With a glance, he could see that Long Haochen used the Saint's spiritual stove to activate lock under the state of sacrifice. Compared to ready, it was also a support skill, but lock was an extremely practical ability. Any knight who cultivated to the Radiance Knight realm could learn it. Once the opponent was locked, all of the knight's attack skills would automatically chase after the target. Even if it was a straight line skill like charge or assault, it would cause a tracking effect due to lock. Glittering with a golden red radiance, Long Haochen soared into the air at the same time he used lock. He brandished his 2 swords and circled his body to attack Yang Wenjiao. Holy Sword version of battle, killing, revolving sword, and under the effect of sacrifice. With Long Haochen's current cultivation, he could only use sacrifice for 10 seconds. Therefore, he didn't waste any time and immediately used his strongest attack. A dragon roar sounded almost at the same time. Facing the sacrifice skill, how could Yang Wenjiao be careless? He used Rising Dragon Strike again. He could see that the battle-killing revolving sword was at its weakest at the beginning, and as time passed, its power would continuously increase. From Divine Block to Rising Dragon Strike, Yang Wenjiao's skill-switching speed was also unparalleled. Boom! The same skill, but the result was completely different. The moment the Dragon Roar from Rising Dragon Strike clashed with a sacrificial version of battle-killing Circular Slash, Rising Dragon Strike was forcefully smashed back to the ground. On top of that, battle-killing Circular Slash was the first to descend after him. So strong. Yang Wenjiao was shocked. Facing an opponent whose cultivation was lower or equal to his, he had never been forced to this extent. Chapter 28. In the state of sacrifice, Long Haochen had entered a strange state where he was unafraid of death. His own potential had been developed to a great extent. In fact, he had the medicine that Lin Xin had given him. He could have used the medicine to improve his cultivation. However, his opponent did not even summon his mount for the sake of fairness. How could Long Haochen let him use medicine to fight against his opponent? Under the immense pressure from Yang Wenjiao, his understanding of sacrifice burst forth. At this moment, the various punishment knight skills that he had practiced for the past 5 years seemed to have been fully integrated. Yang Wenjiao sighed inwardly. Specks of blue light floated out from his chest. Every speck of blue light seemed to contain a sparkling luster, as if blue gems were flying out of them. They collided with Long Haochen, who was descending from the sky. Spiritual Stove. He was confident that he could take on Long Haochen's attack. However, if he were to take it head-on, he would definitely be injured. Yang Wenjiao's goal was not just to pass this round. He wanted to be first in the Knight Trial and first in the Monster Hunter's Trial. How could he allow himself to be injured at this time? Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out from Long Haochen's spiraling body. Every time a blue crystal light flew out and collided with his body, there would be a strong explosion. Every explosion would cause the golden red light on Long Haochen's body to diminish by half, and his spinning speed would decrease accordingly. When Long Haochen was able to attack Yang Wenjiao at close range, he could no longer maintain his killing spiral sword. Boom! The two of them retreated at the same time. Yang Wenjiao retreated 30 feet and spat out a faint golden mist. His chest heaved up and down as he panted slightly. In the distance, Long Houchin stood there with his two swords on the ground. The red in his eyes gradually faded, and all his spiritual power dissipated. However, he still stood straight and stared at Yang Wenjiao. His face was pale as paper, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. You forced me to use the spiritual stove of Galaxy to block your attack. Respect. If we were the same age, I might not be able to defeat you. Yang Wenjiao gave Long Houchin a thumbs up. I look forward to our next battle after you have him out. The match is over. Number 1 wins. The referee's slightly anxious voice rang out. Then, from the direction of the rostrum, a white light with specks of silver stars fell from the sky and instantly shone on Long Houchin. Holy Healing, the Tier 7 healing skill of the Guardian Knight. Specks of silver light seeped into Long Houchin's body under the illumination of the holy light, stabilizing his chi and blood and healing his internal injuries. Houchin. At the same time that the referee announced the end of the match, the barrier around the training field also dispersed. Yihua immediately rushed into the training field and hugged Long Houchin, who was barely able to stand. Long Houchin spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was bathing in the holy healing spell, Long Houchin still slowly fell into Yihua's arms and fainted. However, no one noticed that on his chest, there was a faint layer of white light gently fluctuating. In the corner, Han Yu stood there and didn't move for a long time. In the end, Long Houchin still lost to Yang Wenjiao. However, even if he lost this match, it was still a glorious defeat. Spiritual stove. Both of them actually had a spiritual stove. Just this point alone made Han Yu feel as if his heart had been hit by a sledgehammer, making it hard for him to breathe. What skill did Long Houchin use? He knew about sacrifice, but he didn't know about that skill that was like a sword wheel. Let me ask, if it was me, under the situation where I didn't use the mount's ability, would I be able to win against the skill that Long Houchin used under the state of sacrifice? Han Yu didn't want to think about the answer, because he was already very clear what the answer was. Losing to him wasn't unjust. More importantly, he was only 14 years old. 14 years old. Most of the time, personality could determine success or failure. If it was someone else, perhaps they would be depressed because of the blow in front of them. But Han Yu's nature of becoming braver the more frustrated he was, at this time, he had some enlightenment. He suddenly understood some of his grandfather's painstaking efforts. Yes, a young man who was only 14 years old could already compete with a rank 5 knight. What would be the limit of his future achievements? I'm almost 8 years older than him. The gap of age is already insurmountable. It's going to be very difficult to catch up to him. At the same time, with such great potential, his future improvement and experience can be imagined. Following by his side, not only can I become a part of the Monster Hunters, I can also accompany him to experience many things. Perhaps this really is the best choice for me. The original unwillingness and pain in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by determination. Since he has already set his goal, he will not let himself deviate from the track. The existence of a super genius like Long Houchin is in itself a constant spur to him. Kai stood quietly on the street. She came here early in the morning, feeling the increasingly warm sunlight shining on her body. Her eyes were full of gentleness. Every time she thought of the conversation with Long Houchin yesterday, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. She is an assassin. Originally, this kind of emotion should not appear on her. But she can't help but think of everything about him. His hands are slender, strong, and his palms are wide. Every time he holds her, his palms are warm, embracing her palm. She really likes that feeling of being protected. Since young, she has had this kind of experience for the first time. She will never forget when the two of them first met, the appearance of the 9-year-old Long Houchin, using his slender body to cover her. At that time, he was so weak, but a person's courage and kindness will always have nothing to do with strength. Even if it was an adult, would he be willing to protect her like this at that time? When she gave away the forget-me-not ring, which is very important to her, little Kai was impulsive, but she believed in her intuition. In fact, at that time, she did not think that one day she would meet Long Houchin again, but she still gave away the ring without hesitation. forget-me-not. She did not know whether it was for herself or for him to understand. Since young, she has always lived in a cold world. Warmth is an emotion for her, and she has only felt this kind of emotion from Long Houchin. Being held by him every day, walking on this short road, is the happiest experience of Kyr's life. The anticipation in her heart is even stronger than his. Compared to this happiness, it seems that the Monster Hunter's tryouts are nothing. Thinking of the tryouts, Kyr's delicate face hidden under the veil can't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He said that he will always hold my hand and protect me like that. At the finals, I will help him achieve this. Blind people who have lost their sight are undoubtedly in pain, but the inner world of blind people is much richer than that of normal people. Their imagination is also far beyond that of normal people. Quietly recalled the dribs and drabs between her and him, immersed in this happiness and waiting for his arrival to wake her up, and then let him hold her hand and walk on the road bathed in warmth and comfort. Time gradually passed, and she waited there quietly like a sculpture. The warmth of the morning sun gradually turned into the warmth of noon. She was not anxious at all, just waiting quietly. He did not come. He still did not come. It was not until the warmth was gone and a slightly cold wind blew on her face that Kyr shivered. How long has it been? This should be a cool breeze in the evening. It has been a while since she came to Sacred City, and her judgment in this regard is not wrong. He did not come. Why did he not come? Could it be that he regretted it? A layer of distressing mist gradually filled Kyr's eyes. He will come. He will definitely come. Kyr's hand holding the green bamboo stick gradually tightened, and she could clearly see the joints gradually turning white. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually dissipated, and the night quietly permeated the streets and alleys of Sacred City. The temperature became even colder, but it was not as cold as the chill in Kyr's heart. Her petite body looked so lonely and silent, as if her whole body had been covered by the shadows. Why did you not come? A drop of tear quietly slipped down Kyr's face. He would not come, and it was already late at night. Slowly turning around, Ky was somewhat staggered in the direction of the hotel she was staying at. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and her eyes slightly widened. He would participate in the competition today. Could it be because he had an accident in the competition? At the thought of this, all the chill in Kyr's heart turned into anxiety. She did not know why, but she would rather he renege on his promise yesterday than to have any accident happen to him. Something must have happened. In the next moment, Kyr confirmed her judgment. Thinking back on all the things that had happened between her and Long Houchin, she suddenly felt a trace of shame in her heart. She was too worried, and she had been too stubborn. With his personality, not to mention whether he would renege on his promise. Even if he did, would he avoid seeing her? No, definitely not. She tapped her bamboo cane on the ground, and her stumbling disappeared. Soon, she disappeared into the boundless night. An hour later, Kyr sat quietly on the chair in the room, still holding the green bamboo stick in her hand, but the chill emanating from her body made the temperature of the room drop at least 10 degrees. 3 meters in front of her, a person covered in black said in a low voice, "That's it. Long Houchin has been treated by the holy healing spell of the Knights Templars, so his life should not be in danger, but it is very likely that his vitality will be damaged. It is still unknown whether he can participate in the finals. You can leave." Kyr's cold voice seemed to freeze the air. "Yes, your subordinate will leave." The man in black quickly walked out of the room. After he left, he felt as if his blood was about to freeze because of the murderous aura released from Kyr. Seriously injured and unconscious. He is actually seriously injured and unconscious. The temperature in the room dropped again, and the green bamboo stick in Kyr's hand sank into the hard stone floor bit by bit. Yang Wanzhao. A dark halo flickered slightly on Kyr's chest. In the next moment, she began to slowly disappear from the chair. To be precise, it was the afterimage that she left on the chair gradually dissipating. Yang Wenjiao had just finished dinner and defeated Long Houchin. He had successfully entered the top 5 in the preliminaries and was one step closer to his goal. However, the battle today made him feel a sense of urgency. This was something that hadn't happened for many years. How old was he? After the competition, Yang Wenjiao purposely went to ask around, but he did not get any answers. Although his teacher did not come with him for various reasons, his position in the Knights Templars was not low. He is at least 4 or 5 years younger than me. Yang Wenjiao muttered to himself, I don't know if he is more talented or if he is more hardworking than me. I'm afraid that within a few months, he will be able to break through to the 5th stage. And I'm only at the 3rd stage of the 5th stage. If he continues to improve at this speed, I'm afraid that he will become my biggest competitor in the future. At this point, a faint smile appeared on Yang Wenjiao's face. That's good too. With such an opponent to spur me on, it will be more beneficial to my future improvement. After all, he is a member of the Knights Templars. I hope that his mount will not disappoint me. Today's battle with Long Haochen had given him a considerable amount of shock, especially when Long Haochen used the sacrifice skill at the end. Although he did not know what the consequences would be, the Long Haochen that used the skill gave him a feeling that it was difficult to resist. If not for the power of the spiritual stove, even if he could endure until the time of the sacrifice skill, he would certainly be injured. Saint Spiritual Stove? Compared to my Galaxy Spiritual Stove, there is still a big gap. The Galaxy Spiritual Stove was ranked 18th among the spiritual stoves that the Knights could fuse with, far surpassing the Saint Spiritual Stove. It could undergo 3 evolutions. At present, Yang Wenjiao had already completed its 1st evolution. This was his biggest advantage. Suddenly, 2 ice-cold words resounded in Yang Wenjiao's room. What caused him to turn pale with fright was that this voice actually came from all directions, causing him to be unable to determine the source of the voice. Moreover, even with his rather strong perception, he actually didn't feel the slightest bit of an attack. The window lightly trembled. In the next moment, a slender figure was already quietly enlarging in front of Yang Wenjiao. Yang Wenjiao quickly retreated step. With a flash of golden light in his hands, the 2 great swords were already grasped in his hands. An intense golden light erupted from his body, illuminating the room in a flash. In the face of danger, he did not panic. In the first instance, he made the calmest response. However, the shock in his heart did not lessen. If this person in front of him did not speak of her own accord, he would not have been able to detect her arrival. If she had launched a sneak attack, Yang Wenjiao did not continue thinking. Instead, he completely concentrated on facing the crisis in front of him. Assassin, he shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he carefully sized up the person in front of him, wearing a long black dress, a black veil similarly covering her face. Her right hand grasped a green bamboo cane. Her delicate body seemed as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her long purple hair quietly draped over her back. What made Yang Wenjiao most shocked was that her exposed eyes did not have the slightest bit of spirit. You should not have injured him. Kai Er's ice-cold voice spat out each word, causing Yang Wenjiao's heart to palpitate. Demonic voice penetrates the brain. Yang Wenjiao immediately focused his mind. The golden light emitted from his body was like a substance. It vaguely condensed into a layer of armor that covered his entire body. On his chest, spots of starry blue halo were released. Facing this unknown girl who brought him a sense of danger, he had already given it his all. Puff! The green bamboo cane in Kai Er's hand stopped in place and instantly sank half a foot into the ground. Completely relying on his intuition, Yang Wenjiao instantly raised the greatsword in his right hand. Clang! A layer of golden light instantly shone. Divine defense. A black figure instantly slid to the side. Kai Er, who was originally standing there, had just started to disappear. Shadow, doppelganger. Yang Wenjiao was shocked. Without hesitation, the greatsword in his left hand was inserted into the ground. The rising sky formation instantly erupted. At the same time, dozens of starry blue light balls shot out from his chest. These starry blue light balls did not need his command. In an instant, they shrank and blasted in one direction. Kai, appeared at Yang Wenjiao's side, using the divine dominating armor to block her first attack. Yang Wenjiao's reaction was also extremely fast, and the spiritual furnace of the Starry Sea erupted with a formidable might, enveloping her in a flash. However, before Yang Wenjiao could heave a sigh of relief, he saw an incredible scene. Kai Er's left hand remained close to her side. In her right hand, there was a dark golden dagger. Streaks of afterimages instantly flashed. What Yang Wenjiao could see was that the Star Sea Spiritual Stove's Sea Spiritual Strike was actually destroyed one by one. Kai Er's speed was so fast that Yang Wenjiao could not see her at all. Every time the dagger in her right hand stabbed out, a light ball would be destroyed. The afterimages flickered like a tornado. In the next moment, all the starry blue light balls had disappeared. After all, Yang Wenjiao was a young talent who could defeat Long Haochen. He was also the punishment knight. At this time, he had already calmed down. A knight had an innate advantage when facing an assassin. This was because a knight's defense was very strong. His attack was not weak either. He also had many powerful skills that could have a certain restraining effect on an assassin. Although an assassin's attack was strong, their defense was their fatal weakness. As long as they were hit by a knight once or twice, they would very likely lose the ability to fight. Both swords vibrated at the same time. Both hands stabbed out at lightning speed. The two swords instantly erupted with sharp light attribute energy, transforming into countless golden sword shadows that enveloped Kai Er's body. Against an assassin's speed, area of effect attacks were obviously the most effective. Kai Er let out a cold snort, her delicate body slightly swaying in a strange rhythm. It seemed that she was simply swaying her body in a very small area, but those dazzling golden sword images just passed by her body, unable to hit her in the slightest. In Yang Wenjiao's eyes, the current Kai, it was like a ghost. His swords actually could not keep up with Kai Er's movements. This is an assassin's rank 5 secret technique, Ghost Flash. At this time, Yang Wenjiao could no longer care about attacking his opponent. A strong golden light suddenly burst out from his body. A dragon's roar resounded. Rising Dragon Strike. However, this time his Rising Dragon Strike did not go up but forward. Not only was the Rising Dragon Strike powerful, it was also a skill that combined both attack and defense. Borrowing the momentum of the lightning thrust, he used the Rising Dragon Strike. At the same time, the Star Sea Spiritual Furnace flashed again. Dozens of starry blue light surged out, not aiming to attack the enemy, but to protect himself. What Yang Wenjiao wanted to do was to use the power of the Rising Dragon Strike to rush out of the room. In this narrow area, his ability could not be fully displayed. As long as he rushed out, he could at least summon his mount companion. At that time, he would not be as passive as he was now. Kai Er's flickering figure suddenly froze, and she unexpectedly stopped dodging. Just like that, she stood in front of the ascending dragon strike, her delicate body stretching slightly in a lazy posture. In that instant, a pitch-black shadow quietly appeared. That shadow didn't have any form and looked just like a shadow released by Kai. Boom! The golden light dissipated and Yang Wenjiao's soaring figure was forcibly suppressed. His Rising Dragon Strike, which had once caused Long Haochen to suffer a loss, was forcibly intercepted by the black silhouette's attack. Yang Wenjiao staggered back. He had never been suppressed so badly before. There were dozens of marks left on his two great swords. Overlord Stab, another assassin's rank 5 skill. More importantly, Kai Er's body emitted a cold aura that was close to death. It made him feel as if he was being stabbed by a sharp blade at any time. That feeling of fear was not pleasant. However, Yang Wenjiao did not have time to think at this time. Fortunately, he had the Star Sea Spiritual Furnace to protect him, which allowed him to temporarily block Kai Er's attack. However, his tyrannical Sea Spiritual Strike did not even have the chance to explode under the attack of Kai Er's dagger. Suddenly, Yang Wenjiao came to a realization. This was a special skill of the assassin. If you remember correctly, it was called Sly Thrust. It was a skill that specialized in dealing with magic. However, The other party had used it against his spiritual furnace. This female assassin was clearly not very old, but the sense of danger she brought to him was so intense. It would be great if he could lock onto his target. That way, he would at least be able to deal with her ghost flash. While thinking about this, Yang Wenjiao's hands did not stay idle. Charge, lunge, glorious sun slash. These three skills were executed in one go. A layer of blue light spread out from the Star Sea spiritual furnace in his chest, turning into a layer of blue crystal light armor that covered his entire body. This was the Star Sea spiritual furnace's advanced ability after completing its first evolution, Star Spirit Armor. Yang Wenjiao understood that in this narrow space, if he continued like this, he would only become more and more passive. He would rather be hit a few times by the opponent in order to rush out first. Although this assassin was strong, as long as he could summon his mount, he would still have a chance. Although Kai could not see, her attacks were more tyrannical than the assassin's. Absolutely tyrannical. She actually had many ways to attack from other directions to achieve better results. But she remembered that the subordinate who told her about Yang Wenjiao's battle with Long Haochen said that Yang Wenjiao had always won against Long Haochen head-on. Head-on? Then head-on. Dang! A black light exploded, clashing head-on with a glorious sun slash. Her actions were no longer like that of an assassin, but more like that of a warrior. Yang Wenjiao only felt a suffocating sharp chi rush into his glorious sun slash. The dazzling light that was like the sun actually collapsed from the center. In terms of the total amount of spiritual energy, Yang Wenjiao could feel that his opponent was not much stronger than him. However, she had compressed her spiritual energy to an extremely terrifying level, completely merging it with her killing intent. Bang Yang Wenjiao's body slammed into the wall, causing the entire hotel to shake. The next moment, thousands of white lights suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Block. He was unable to completely block it. In just a moment, Yang Wenjiao's mind was already blank. If Long Haochen was here, he would definitely recognize that the white light that shot out from Kai Er's chest was the power of the Thousand Strikes spiritual stove. Poo, pu, 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 pu. A series of sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh resounded. Countless blue lights splashed in the air. A cold voice echoed in Yang Wenjiao's ears. You hurt him with your spiritual stove. I will use my spiritual stove to break your spiritual stove. Pooh! All the lights instantly stopped. Kerr was standing right in front of Yang Wenjiao, the blade of the dagger in her hand completely inserted into Yang Wenjiao's right chest. Facing each other, Yang Wenjiao only felt that the spiritual energy in his body had been completely sucked out. From the beginning to the end, Kai only used her right hand. Chapter 29. Yang Wenjiao's breathing became difficult because his right lung was pierced and his throat became hoarse. He had never felt that death was so close to him before. She came for him. Long Haochen. She must have come for Long Haochen. Kai Er's last stab pierced through his right chest, but it also left him with a glimmer of hope. Because if the stab had deviated a little bit from the center of his chest, it would have completely destroyed his spiritual stove of the Galaxy Sea. If it had landed on his left chest, then it would have pierced through his heart. How could an assassin of her level stab miss? She was already being merciful. Feeling the murderous intent coming towards him, Yang Wenjiao smiled bitterly. The 6 major temples are one family. Kai Er's dagger moved slightly, and Yang Wenjiao was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. You also know that the 6 major temples are one family? He was in the same temple as you. But didn't you injure him badly? An even more intense, murderous intent burst out in an instant. Everyone was afraid of death, especially geniuses. Yang Wenjiao tried to defend himself. He used the sacrifice skill himself, not me. Moreover, that was only a competition. Kai said coldly, I don't care. Anyway, he was injured because of you. If it wasn't for the competition, you would have been a corpse by now. At this moment, her ears moved slightly. She stepped back and pulled out the dagger. Instantly, a stream of blood spurted out from Yang Wenjiao's chest. But Kai Er's speed was too fast, and her body wasn't stained at all. A black shadow flashed, and the next moment, she disappeared into the night. Even the green bamboo stick disappeared along with her. Yang Wenjiao used his spiritual power to seal his wound. His eyes were dull, and his body leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. There wasn't much resentment in his heart, but more of a sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but think, is this an undeserved disaster? Perhaps only by riding on a mount would he have the strength to fight against the female assassin. Although the Star Spirit armor had blocked most of Kai Er's attack, the spiritual stove of 1,000 strikes had still left dozens of inch-deep wounds on his body. The blow that had pierced through his chest was even more serious. The large amount of blood loss had already made his consciousness a little fuzzy. As his consciousness gradually recovered, Long Haochen opened his eyes with some difficulty. His throat felt parched, as if he was in a furnace at this moment. He felt like he was being burned from head to toe. After a slight struggle, Long Haochen suddenly felt pain all over his body. With great difficulty, he looked within himself and was immediately shocked to discover that there was not a single drop of spiritual power left in his body. Only the saint's spiritual stove quietly floated within his chest, but its radiance had also dimmed a lot. What a tyrannical sacrifice! In just 10 seconds, he had actually weakened himself to this extent. Fortunately, there was no damage to the meridians within his body. He could still vaguely feel a gentle divine aura constantly nourishing his body. He didn't know that this was the effect of the holy healing technique. The powerful healing ability of the 7th step had protected his meridians in time, avoiding the most serious consequences. At this moment, although he was weak, his foundation had not been harmed. This was also due to his Son of Light physique. As a possessor of the purest holy light spiritual power, the consumption of his sacrifice technique was admittedly terrifying. However, because of the purity of his spiritual power, only his potential was consumed, and his blood essence was not truly burned. This was also the reason why Long Xingwu dared to place the sacrifice technique at the 5th step seal for him to comprehend. Originally, Long Xingwu had prepared this technique for him to use in times of crisis. However, he did not expect that because Long Haochen had already touched the edge of liquid spiritual power when he was fighting with Yang Wenjiao, he used that heroic spirit to break the seal of the rank 5 skill in the inheritance ring and use this skill with his rank 4 cultivation. If not for the holy healing technique, he was afraid that he would have to lie in bed for at least a month. Along with the recovery of his consciousness, the pain on Long Haochen's body gradually weakened. He had a vague feeling that within the saint's spiritual stove, there seemed to be a trace of his own spiritual power. Although he didn't know how to draw out this spiritual power, he could feel that his cultivation had not completely disappeared. Recovery was only a matter of time. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Long Haochen's mouth. Although he had lost the battle with Yang Wenjiao, it was still carefree. Long Haochen believed that with this struggle, when his spiritual power recovered, he could really attack the 5th step. That Yang Wenjiao was really strong. He unexpectedly also had a spiritual stove, and it was an offensive-type spiritual stove. In a one-on-one battle, the Star Sea spiritual stove's effect was obviously much greater than his Saint spiritual stove. Dad was right. The Punishment Knight's best way to improve himself was to constantly fight, feeling and comprehending in battle. Before the finals of the Monster Hunter's trials, I should be able to recover. According to the time, the 6 Great Temple trials will continue for at least 3 days, because there should still be many matches in the Warrior Temple. After the trials, there will be 3 days of rest. With these 6 days as a buffer, I should be able to recover my cultivation. If I can break through to the 5th step, that would be the best. Although Haoyu isn't here, maybe I can still get a good ranking in the finals. This battle brought me a lot of benefits, but why do I feel like I've forgotten the most important thing? Suddenly, the smile on the corner of Long Haochen's mouth froze. His pair of eyes, which had clearly dimmed a lot, suddenly widened. His pale, handsome face also revealed violent fluctuations of emotion in a flash. Long Haochen only felt as if his chest had received a heavy blow. He suddenly turned over and sat up. The violent movement caused his body to twitch with pain, but at this time, he couldn't care less. Damn it, I actually broke my promise. During the competition, I was too focused on the opponent. I actually broke my promise. Broke my promise, broke my promise. Long Houchin struggled to stand up. At this time, his heart was completely filled with anxiety. An indescribable emotion made all his calmness disappear. In his mind, there was only the delicate and thin figure holding the green bamboo stick, gently touching the ground. She will definitely wait for me. She will definitely wait for me for a very, very long time. Damn it. Long Houchin fiercely slapped himself. Ignoring the constant convulsive pain in his body, he struggled to stand up, holding the wall and walking towards the door. I want to find her. I want to find her. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It was already late at night. When Long Houchin staggered out of the hotel, he suddenly felt a burst of cold air blowing on his face. The spiritual energy within his body was like a withered scorpion, unable to protect his body. Fortunately, cultivating his external spiritual energy made his body strong and sturdy. Although waves of weakness constantly attacked his perception, his heart's strong and persistent conviction supported him to walk out of the hotel step by step, moving towards the place where he and Kai agreed to meet every day. The consumption of sacrifice was too shocking. At this time, Long Houchin was completely in a state of limp hands and feet. Almost every step he took, his body would be a little more sweaty. His feet had no foundation, and he almost fell several times. Fortunately, the hotel where he lived was not far from the place where he and Kai agreed to meet. He staggered and walked slowly. At this time, Long Houchin was full of guilt. Although the competition was important, how could I break my promise to Kai? How disappointed she would be. Walking forward step by step, Long Houchin's vision was a little blurred. The cold of the night gradually attacked his body. Arrived. It wasn't a long road, but he walked for a full hour. Finally, he saw the place where he met Kai every day. However, Kai was already nowhere to be seen, and the surroundings were empty and quiet. Plop! Long Houchin could no longer stand and fell to the ground. The world was spinning, and he seemed to see countless stars revolving in front of him. Kai had already left. That's right. The night was already so deep. How could she not leave? A trace of bitterness appeared on Long Houchin's lips. He fell to the ground. His heart was filled with deep regret. If he had to choose again, he would definitely not risk his life against Yang Wenjiao. He was a little surprised to find that in his heart, he didn't know when, but sending Kai back had become more important than raising his cultivation. I want to go to the hotel to find her and apologize to her. But will she forgive me? She couldn't see the way out and left in disappointment. I'm the one who caused her so much pain. Will she forgive me? No, I can't go and find her. It's already so late at night. She must have fallen asleep from the tiredness of waiting. How can I disturb her? She must have waited for me for a very, very long time. Since that's the case, then I'll wait here. I must wait longer than she has. Then I can ask for her forgiveness. Thinking of this, Long Houchin's breathing gradually became louder. A strong sense of dizziness filled his brain. He had never felt so weak before. This feeling was not pleasant. He could faint at any time. No, I can't faint. I must wait for her to come. This is the path she must pass by every day. As he thought, Long Houchin supported his body and slowly stood up. Standing up, at least it allowed him to focus his mind. He was afraid that if he fell there, it wouldn't be long before he passed out or fell asleep. As time passed, Long Houchin was still in a state of dizziness. Every time his body couldn't support it, he would immediately fall there. This fall naturally woke him up temporarily. Then he would force himself to get up, and so on. Kai stood in a daze in Long Houchin's room. She was somewhat at a loss. He wasn't here. Where did he go? After severely injuring Yang Wenjiao, Kai found her way here. Although she couldn't see, her other 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. As soon as she entered the room, she realized that Long Houchin wasn't here. His scent still lingered in the air, and there was even some residual warmth in the bedding. This proved that he was indeed sleeping here. However, it was so late. Where could he go? With a flicker of her figure, Kai flew out of the window like a wisp of smoke, reappearing on the street. Lightly tapping the ground with her bamboo cane, she slowly walked towards the hotel she was staying at. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry. After failing to find Long Hao-chen, she searched every room, including the place where Lin Xian and Yihua stayed. Every time she went to a room, she would quietly feel the change of scent, looking for the scent that belonged to him. However, all her efforts were in vain. He wasn't here. Other than his own room, there was no scent of him in the entire hotel. Could it be that something happened to him? The sound of the green bamboo cane in Kai Air's hand tapping the ground was clearly louder. Her delicate face was covered with a layer of frost. If something really happened to him, no matter who it was, I will definitely not let them go. After returning to her room, she sat cross-legged on the bed. However, Kai Air's heart couldn't calm down. Logically speaking, this was the headquarters of the Temple League. As a contestant of the Monster Hunters trial, the possibility of something happening to him was extremely low. Previously, when she attacked Yang Wenjiao, didn't the experts of the Alliance come to her rescue in a short time? But where could he go? For a whole hour, Kai Air couldn't enter a meditative state. I have to find him. Getting off the bed again, Kai Air grabbed her green bamboo cane and went out of the hotel again. However, because of the anxiety in her heart, she forgot to put on her veil in the darkness of the night. The night was as cold as water. As the night wind blew gently, Kai Air became a little more clear-headed. As the saying goes, being concerned makes one confused. After calming down a little, she kept thinking about where Long Hao-chen might have gone. As long as he wasn't kidnapped, where would he go? Could it be? Suddenly, she thought of something. Could he have gone there? But it's so late. Is it possible? Whether he would go there or not, that place is at least a target. Normally, she and Long Hao-chen would be able to walk for an hour. But as they leaped, it only took a dozen breaths of time to cover the distance. The tip of Kai Air's nose twitched slightly. It's his smell. It's his smell. He's really here. Tapping the green bamboo cane on the ground, Kai Air walked forward quickly. Following the familiar refreshing scent, he walked over. It was difficult for Long Hao-chen to maintain his consciousness. The repeated falls made him even weaker. At this time, he couldn't even see the scenery in front of him clearly. But he still stood there with his teeth clenched. His body was like a roly-poly toy that kept swaying. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The familiar sound made him a little more clear-headed. Is it her? Or am I hallucinating? Long Hao-chen. Kai Air's anxious voice sounded. Then, a slender green bamboo cane was already on Long Hao-chen's body. Long Hao-chen couldn't stand steadily. He immediately fell to the ground with a thud. But this fall also made him a little more clear-headed. Her black dress was slightly messy. Her long purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall and draped over his face. A faint, somewhat cold fragrance wafted over. He was shocked to see a face filled with anxiety. Her slightly pale skin and lifeless eyes couldn't hide her absolute beauty in the slightest. It's her, it's her. In his own memory, this was the first time he saw Kai Air's face. Her extremely exquisite facial features were the complete opposite of her cold temperament. Her jade-like skin was slightly pale, but it was as delicate as a freshly peeled lychee. She had snow-white dimples on her face, and her eyebrows were dark green. Her elegant and refined face was almost instantly imprinted in Long Hao-chen's mind. How are you? Feeling Long Hao-chen fall, Kai Air was a little anxious. She hurriedly squatted down and touched him with both hands. His clothes were faintly damp. It was obvious that he had been soaked in the night dew. His body was still trembling slightly, and his breathing was extremely unstable. Kai Air, I'm sorry. Seeing Kai Air, Long Hao-chen's heart was filled with joy. His consciousness was hazy, and he couldn't think why Kai Air would appear at this time. But he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Holding her pair of soft little hands, he said unevenly, I didn't mean to break our promise. Will you forgive me? Being held by him, Kai Air's heart suddenly shook, because she could clearly feel how cold his hands were. It was completely different from his usual warmth. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist, and in that instant, Kair could already feel the weakness of his body. Moreover, with the invasion of the night dew, his weak body was actually on the verge of collapse. "I forgive you." Kair bent down and carefully hugged his upper body. Her right hand was placed on his back. Gentle spiritual energy slowly flowed into Long Houchen's body, helping him to expel the cold in his body. If she didn't expel the cold in time, it was very likely that it would leave him in pain. How could she not forgive him? When she found him here, she had already guessed what he was thinking. He was so weak, but he was still thinking about his promise with her. No matter how much dissatisfaction she had in her heart, at this moment, it was completely gone. Moreover, he didn't mean to stand her up. Kair's spiritual energy was very warm. Long Houchen was really too weak at this time. His eyelids were very, very heavy. Before he fell into a deep sleep, he muttered something. After a while, Long Houchen had already returned to his room. Kair carefully tucked him in and sat on the side of the bed, quietly holding his hand. At this moment, under the care of Kair's spiritual energy, Long Houchen's palm had become a little warm again and was no longer as cold as before. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Kair's elegant face revealed a hint of gentleness. She carefully raised her hand and gently stroked Long Houchen's face. She touched his high nose bridge, delicate skin, and lips that were just thick and thin. Kair's pale face gradually blushed. A dark golden light flashed, and a dagger quietly appeared in her hand. Her soft and tender fingers were like the most dexterous artist. The dagger moved lightly and carved a small line of words on the side of Long Houchen's bed. Then, she covered his palm over it. Feeling somewhat reluctant to part with him, Kair stroked his cheeks once more. Only then did she leave with a blushing face. At this moment, the words Long Houchen muttered before he fainted were still echoing in her heart. He said, "Kair, you're so beautiful." Alliance Executive Office. Bang. The leader of the Knights Templars' Holy Knight, stationed in the Temple League, Han Q, whose position was second only to another rank 9 Almighty, was standing in front of a wide table with a frosty expression. The loud bang just now was caused by his palm slamming on the table. "Ing Suifeng, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame us, the Knights Templars, for turning against you." Han Q's chest was burning with anger. How could he not be angry? It wasn't just him. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Knights Templars stationed in the Temple League were all enraged. Even the rank 9 Almighty, who was usually in seclusion, was alarmed. This year's Knights Templars had the highest chance of getting first place in the preliminary round. The punishment knight Yang Wenjiao, who possessed a spiritual stove, was actually heavily injured in his own residence. And without a doubt, the person who injured him was from the Assassin Temple. Whether it was the Assassin Temple's signature skills or the 1,000 spiritual stove, they were all the most prominent symbols of the Assassin Temple. As soon as the sky brightened, Han Q had already come to denounce them. The core representatives of the 6 temples were all stationed in the Alliance Executive Office. Every 10 years, a group of committee members would be elected to represent each temple. They were in charge of the various affairs of the Knights Templars. Among them, there were 36 Presidium members, 6 from each temple. Therefore, although the Knights Templars was the head of the 6 temples in name, they didn't occupy a completely dominant position in the alliance. Han Q was one of the 6 Presidium members of the Knights Templars. He was also the leader of the Holy Knight, leading the 36 Holy Knights of the Knights Templars. He was also the Vice Temple Master of the Knights Templars, who was in charge of the daily affairs. His position was respected, only below the 3 Knight of the Seal, and his seniority was so great that only one of the 3 Knight of the Seal could surpass him. Across from Han Xian, sitting upright behind the table, was a tall and skinny old man. He wore extremely ordinary black clothes, had grizzled short hair, and his appearance was also extremely ordinary. The only thing that was different from ordinary people was his eyes. They were a pair of eyes that were filled with silence, without any signs of life. If he was lying on the ground, people would definitely think that he was dead. Han Q had a respected position in the Knights Templars, and the person in front of him was not easy to deal with either. He was the Hall Master of the Assassin Temple's Chivalry Hall and the Vice Temple Master of the Assassin Temple's strongest 36 chivalry assassins, Ing Suifeng. At the same time, he was also the manager in charge of the Assassin Temple's daily affairs. The Assassin Temple was different from the Knights Templars. Most of the time, they were more of a headache for the demon's 72 demon god pillars. The 72 demon god pillars were also constantly replaced, and in this process, in the past 6,000 years, there have been 91 demon gods who died in the hands of the Assassin Temple. This glory was something that the other 5 sacred halls could not compare to. Even in the Alliance, no one knew how deep the Assassin Temple's trump card was. Only the Presidium of the Alliance knew how many grade 9 powerhouses the Assassin Temple had. Among the 6 Great Temple, the Assassin Temple had always been known as the existence that should not be provoked. Ing Suifeng was not affected by Han Q's rage. Since such a big thing happened, I will naturally give you an explanation. Han Qian had also calmed down a little at this time. He pulled over a chair and sat down, glaring at Ing Suifeng angrily. The 6 Great Temple had a close relationship with each other. Just like how the Magic Temple and the Warrior Temple had a good relationship, the Knights Templars and the Assassin Temple had the best relationship. The Knight was the Assassin's best talisman, and the Assassin was also the best attacker to support the Knight. One walked under the light, while the other walked in the dark. The two complemented each other. Because of this, although the Knights Templars' upper echelons were furious, they did not immediately denounce Ing Suifeng. Instead, they reported the situation to the Assassin Temple last night, asking them to investigate the matter thoroughly. Early this morning, Han Q came to Ing Suifeng. Ing Suifeng's calm expression suddenly became a little strange. He said in a deep voice, "After last night's investigation, the matter has made some progress. It was indeed someone from the Assassin Temple who did it. For this, I apologize to the Knights Templars on behalf of the temple." As he spoke, he slowly stood up, slightly bowed, and saluted Han Q. When Han Q heard this, his eyes immediately widened. He had also been a soldier all his life. Who knew how many times he had risked his life in battles with demons? A biting, cold-bloody aura suddenly gushed out from his body. Suifeng, was it really someone from the Assassin Temple who did it? At this time, Han Q became calm. The way he addressed Ing Suifeng also changed, but his expression was even more unsightly. He and Ing Suifeng had a very good personal relationship. As early as 60 years ago, they were comrades who had fought side by side. They belonged to the same monster hunters. Until 30 years ago, when the two of them gradually became respected in their respective temple and gradually grew older, the monster hunters they were in disbanded. They began to manage the affairs of the temple separately. Now that Ing Suifeng actually admitted it, how could he not be anxious? This kind of internal conflict that escalated to the point of heavily injuring an important person in the opponent's temple was a big taboo in the Alliance. If it was not handled well, it would cause internal disorder, which would affect the prestige and harmony of the Temple League. Ing Suifeng sighed softly and said, "Since it was done by us, how can I not admit it? Don't be anxious. Let me say it clearly. The matter is like this. This matter actually started because of your Knights Templars. Let me ask you, did that injured Yang Wenjiao injure another knight in yesterday's match? As a result, the other party was heavily injured." Hearing him say this, Han Q's thoughts immediately went astray. His expression changed greatly. "You're saying that Long Haochen hired assassins to kill people and paid off your Assassin Temple. If that was really the case, then it would be even more serious." There was no doubt that for the current Knights Templars, Yang Wenjiao was the most outstanding existence of the younger generation. But in Han Q's heart, he valued Long Haochen more. Although Long Haochen had lost in the competition yesterday, the talent and strength he had displayed had once again greatly shocked the Paladin Chief. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this child was a genius destroyer. Any genius would fall for the light he emitted. Moreover, he had arranged for his grandson, Han Yu, to be by Long Haochen's side as Long Haochen's retainer knight. If it really was Long Haochen who hired assassins to deal with Yang Wenjiao, then, Even he wouldn't be able to protect Long Houchin. With such a sinister nature, he would definitely be severely punished. Thinking of this, how could Han Q not turn pale with fright? This time, it was Ing Suifeng's turn to frown. Just who is this Long Houchin? How can he attract so much attention? Brother Han, you also seem to see him in a different light. Han Q snorted and said somewhat impatiently, "Don't worry about this for now. Hurry up and tell me, is it Long Houchin who hired assassins?" Long Houchin could be said to be the secret weapon of the Knights Templars. His age, in particular, had already been classified as a top secret. Although he had a good relationship with Ing Suifeng, for the sake of the Knights Templars' position in the six great temples, he wouldn't easily say it. Ing Suifeng shook his head and said, "Of course not. How could a fainted little guy hire assassins? It's like this. This Long Houchin has a good relationship with a member of our temple. After the member of our temple found out that he was injured, she flew into a rage and attacked Yang Wenjiao on her own. However, she was merciful and didn't really kill him. When Han Q heard that it wasn't Long Houchin who hired assassins, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But when he heard Ing Suifeng play it down, he was angry in his heart. You make it sound so easy. Do you know who Yang Wenjiao is? He's Elder Yang's grandson. Let's not talk about his importance to us Knights Templars. Just this identity alone. Who will explain it to Elder Yang?" Ing Suifeng sighed lightly and said, "We've already found out about his identity in the process of investigating. However, since it's already happened, it must be resolved. After all, his spiritual stove isn't damaged. Although his injury isn't light, with your Knights Templars' healing ability, you should be able to heal him in a short period of time and won't leave any sequelae. If it really can't be done, we're willing to invite a priest of the Temple of the Priests with the rank of a cardinal or above to treat him. Then, we'll compensate your Knights Templars with some things. What do you think?" Han Q was very smart. From Ing Suifeng's words, he already understood a lot of things. His expression changed as he said, "So you're saying that you don't plan to hand over this assassin? You don't even plan to deal with him?" Ing Suifeng nodded silently. "Old Han, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about this." Han Q suddenly stood up in anger and slammed the table once again. "Ing Suifeng, is this the explanation you're giving us? Do you know what kind of consequences this will cause?" Ing Suifeng sighed and said, "I know, but I have no choice. Not to mention me. Even if it's Lord Hero, he still won't deal with this person." Han Q snorted coldly. "He has a very strong background, doesn't he? But don't forget who he hurt. If we ask the Alliance to enforce the law, he won't be able to escape either. I advise you that it's better for our two temples to settle this privately." Ing Suifeng's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He sighed in his heart. This little girl really makes people worry. It seems that the Knights Templars won't let this go. That's true. If it was that girl who was seriously injured, we would have done the same. We're in the wrong. Brother Han, don't be angry. How about this? I know this matter is very difficult for you. I've asked Lord Hero. In order to show our sincerity in apologizing, we're willing to pass on a secret of our temple to your temple. However, there's a condition. Secret. Han Q was stunned. Ing Suifeng nodded and said, "I believe that as long as you know this secret, you won't blame us for not dealing with this person. However, I need Brother Han to swear that after you know this secret, you'll only tell the few Lord God Seals of your temple. The others must keep their mouths shut. If it weren't for the fact that our two sides have been friends for thousands of years, we wouldn't easily say this matter." Han Q's face froze. From Ing Suifeng's solemn tone, he could tell that this secret must be extremely important to the Assassin Temple. "Okay, I promise you. Say it." Although he didn't really swear, this promise was more effective than any oath. Among the six great temple, the knight had the strictest self-restraint. Once there was a breach of trust, no matter who it was, they would no longer be able to stand. Ing Suifeng nodded silently and said, "No matter which side of the six great temple it is, the most important factor to measure a professional's future development potential is the innate internal spiritual energy. Every temple has different explanations for different levels of talent. For example, Unites Templars, an innate internal spiritual energy of 70 is called the Angel of Light Constitution, and an innate internal spiritual energy of 80 is called the Divine Protection Constitution, right? Han Q vaguely understood something and sucked in a breath of cold air. You're saying that the person who injured Yang Wenjiao has an innate internal spiritual energy of more than 70, and she's not old? He judged that the person was not old. From Yang Wenjiao's description of the fight with the opponent's cultivation base shouldn't be higher than rank 6. Ing Sui Feng smiled bitterly and said, "If it's just like that, with the relationship between our two temple, we'll have to give her some punishment. However, she's the only reincarnated body with an innate internal spiritual energy of more than 90 in our assassin temples, 3,000 years. It's equivalent to the Son of Light Constitution of your Knights Templars. This girl's importance to our assassin temple is even more important than the throne of God to your Knights Templars. You can't have forgotten that 3,000 years ago, our assassin temple once had such a powerful person. That son of reincarnation used his powerful strength and talent to successfully kill 7 of the 72 demonic god pillars of the demons. Although he lost to the first demonic god in the end, he was seriously injured and couldn't get up for 30 years. That son of reincarnation's innate internal spiritual energy is 91. Our current one, because she inherited the weapon of that son of reincarnation, has an innate internal spiritual energy of 93 to 100, which is the legendary full value. It might even be another title. This newly born reincarnation saintess is an existence that will challenge the first demonic god pillar in the future. Compared to Yang Wenjiao in your temple, which one is more important? Han Q's eyes were wide open, and he stuttered, "Innate internal spiritual energy, 100. You're telling the truth?" This. Ing Sui Feng smiled bitterly. "Why would I lie to you about this? This is the biggest secret of our assassin temple. To the powerful people in our temple, such a saintess is definitely something that we're afraid of melting in our mouths and falling in our hands. Moreover, she started cultivating at the age of 5, and it's been 9 years since then. Her powerful talent is undoubtedly evident. Not only did she master the 1,000-strike spiritual stove, but she also really fused with the weapon of that son of reincarnation and opened the 6 paths of reincarnation, the number 1 spiritual stove that our assassin temple can absorb. You should know the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. So, it's not that we don't want to give you an explanation, it's just that." Han Q looked at him in a daze. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "I understand.